Test, test, test. UBEO Business Services.
UBEO or UBO?
Supposed to be UBO. I know. Do we have Alan now? Can you hear us? So even with y'all must have done something then. Do you have a splitter or whatever?
You know what's ironic is I get to do the weather. This is Wildcat football.
Well, you're a funny guy.
All right, boys, here we go.
We're clear. 1 minute here.
Nice job, Stephen.
Like Sim, like Sim City.
Sim City.
It's time for the gloves now. Didn't take long.
Gempon on West Adams, across from HEB in Temple. Stop by and see them. Se habla español.
Yeah.
This is Temple Wildcat football on Fox Sports Central Texas. It's time for the Gempon pregame show, getting you ready for tonight's kickoff. Now let's go to the booth and join your boy Q, Art Coley, Alan Roark, and the voice of the Wildcats, Ward Weiss.
And good evening. Welcome to Wildcat Stadium. Homecoming 2020 for the Temple Wildcats as they get ready to take on the Bryan Vikings, an old foe from years ago, now in 12-6A with the Temple Wildcats. Hello, everybody. Ward White's along with Art Coley, Alan Roark, and your boy Q. Stephen Simcox producing back in the Fox Sports studios for the Gempon pregame show. And you look at this team, and you guys know that this team comes off the bus looking really, really good. In fact, talking amongst each other before the show started, It was a conversation of, man, they're pretty good size. But when you talk about the Temple Wildcats, that's nothing new for them facing a large team.
No, this Bryan Vikings team, this rivalry, you mentioned it, Ward, goes back decades. Anybody growing up in Temple, the Bryan Vikings, Temple Wildcats was always one of the had major district implications, and in those days you only had one, and then shortly after, two teams went to the playoffs, unlike four today. But speaking of that makes every game so critical. Wildcats looking to go 2-0 tonight. It's been since 2017, Ward, that the Wildcats and the Vikings met up. They were 5A district foes back then before Temple and Bryan getting moved up into 6A, but went to different districts. And that was a Wildcat victory, 42-7. So, a lot of time has passed between then and Bryan. The big unknown with them, they missed 2 games for COVID. They have only played 2 games coming in tonight. The Wildcats have played 4. There's a question mark with that. How much do we really know about this Bryan Vikings team?
You're exactly right. And Q, when you talk about that, we've talked to Coach Stewart this week as well, and talked to him at the coaches show on Wednesday night. You only get 8 quarters of somebody on film, and you think, well, is that enough? Well, sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. Maybe they don't open the playbook all the way, depending on the score of those football games. So maybe you haven't seen all the tricks in their bag yet.
No, that's a very good point, Ward, and I'm sure that you haven't. I'm sure Bryan's got a lot up their sleeve that they want to bring out, and they're probably going to bring out and implement in tonight's game. But the good thing for the Temple Wildcats, knowing Scott Stewart like I do, Coach Scott Stewart, he never cares about the opponent anyway. He knows what they're going to do, and he likes to be prepared on what they're going to do. But as he always says, it's always about the Temple Wildcats. It's what they do. Go out there, play their assignment football. If they do what they do, then they have a good shot at winning each and every game.
Well, Art, you look at what is laying in front of you, and it really doesn't matter. When you get into district play, you just take them one game at a time, and whoever shows up on Friday night, that's who you've got to face, and just be yourself. You have to stay within yourself when you get into district play more than anything else.
Yeah, well, and sometimes lot of speculation about how good the Wildcats are coming into tonight. A lot of questions at the beginning of the season that they have answered, especially on that defensive side of the ball. But this Bryan team's 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Harker Heights, had a real close game last week in Bryan. They pulled that out at the very end. They also beat Waller 31-20 in that opening weekend for 6A. That was the week 2 and 3 for 6A, where they games got canceled due to COVID-19. But it's Bryan and Temple. I mean, and Coach Rogers, who's I think in his 35th or 36th year coaching, he's one of the winningest high school coaches in the state of Texas. You got to watch out for sometimes an old dog like that comes in with some new tricks. He knows this environment in this stadium real well, and he's also a Bell County boy. He grew up in Killeen, just like Scott Stewart growing up in Troy. So they're two boys around here. They know Central Texas football. Nothing new for Coach Rogers. It'll be a fun night tonight.
It should be a fun one. It is the Wildcats and the Bryan Vikings homecoming 2020 at Wildcat Stadium. This is the Jim Pond pregame show. Wildcat football presented by Baylor Scott and White Roney Bone and Joint Institute. We'll take our first time out. When we come back, we'll hear from Coach Scott Stewart as Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Housing in Texas.
Also do FFL transfers. There is check cashing, and GemPay does notary as well. They're open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Locally owned and operated, that's why you get the best deals from GemPon on West Adams, across from HEB in Temple. Stop by and see them. Se habla español.
And welcome back to the Jim Pond pregame show here on Fox Sports Central Texas. It is now time for the Locker Room Haircuts at Temple Coach's interview with Temple head football coach Scott Stewart. My man Ward Whites has made his way over to Coach. Take it away, Ward.
Thanks, Q. I'm with Coach Stewart just for game time. And, Coach, big one tonight here, homecoming, but it's another district game. That's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, all that's for everybody else, and get a chance to come out on Wildcat and play a little football. So just looking forward to the opportunity.
Little change in the weather, put a little spring in your step.
Oh, this is what it should be. I've been waiting for this. I wait for this every year. So, you know, when it gets below 50, I'll roll with the T-shirt and the shorts, because why not? That's why.
Coach, offensively tonight, trying to put it together, stay on schedule, stay ahead of the change. Is that what you're looking to try to do?
You got to try. You know, that's what you got to try to do against these guys, because they, you know, again, they play bully ball. They got a real good front seven, and they try to own the line of scrimmage, and they try to make you throw the ball. And obviously, that a little bit more precarious with the wind, you know, with the weather and the wind situation. So you got to stay ahead of the change and try to manufacture some yardage.
On defense, you like to set the tone. Is it no different different tonight?
Absolutely no different. I mean, you gotta be strong at the line of scrimmage. You gotta fit this, the magic show in the backfield. You gotta fit it up right. You gotta tackle well, and you gotta cover.
Changed things last week with special teams and really took control of the game in special teams. You need big plays again tonight.
Well, we need big plays, and we need to thwart big plays against us. So, I mean, that's going to be the key to the night is with the conditions. We just got to play solid football. We got to come out here and another week of playing somebody bigger than we are, and then just try to see what happens.
Coach, you win the flip tonight. You know what you're going to do yet?
I got a pretty good idea.
All right, Coach. Best of luck. We'll talk to you in the winter circle after the ball game. Back to you, Q.
I love it. Scott Stewart. More of the Gym Pond pregame show is coming up next here on AM 1330 and 93.9 FM, Fox Sports, Central Texas.
Johnny's Cleaners has been treat, but for your convenience, they have.
of value. GemPon can also do FFL transfers. There is check cashing, and GemPay does notary as well. They're open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Locally owned and operated, that's why you get the best deals from GemPon on West Adams, across from HEB in Temple. Stop by and see them. Se habla español.
And welcome back to Wildcat Football, presented by Baylor Scott and White Roney Bone and Joint Institute. This is the Gym Pond pregame show. Ward White's Art Coley, Alan Roark, and your boy Q along with you here at Wildcat Stadium. And Stephen Simcox producing back in the Fox Sports Studios. It is time to take a look around the district of 12-6A, brought to you by Wings Pizza and Things. And don't forget, Wednesday night at 6:30, you'll hear from Coach Scott Stewart with the Scott Stewart Coaches Show at Wings Pizza and Things. Come out and have some dinner at 6:30 on Wednesday nights and talk a little Wildcat football with us. But this district is going to get bunched up before it gets anything else, because there's some good games in the district tonight, and we've already seen some teams you look at, and Shoemaker playing very well right now.
Very
Belton
well.
got their first win last week. I mean, this thing is going to be a little bit of the parallel district across, because I think any given night, especially when you talk about over at Leo Buckley, when you got two Killeen schools facing each other, you just don't know what's going to happen on that Friday night.
Yeah, with this in an 8-team district and 7 district games, a lot can happen. There's the shakeup can get in. Last night on that Thursday night game, Shoemaker took care of business quite handily, 45-24, sending Killeen to 0-2. And the bigger story is Shoemaker going 2-0, and everyone knows coming into the district, that was the discussion about this Temple Shoemaker showdown, which is about 4 weeks from now. The Wildcats will be over at Leo Buckley on a Thursday night game. So that one is definitely kind of marked on all the Wildcat fans and Shoemaker fans. I guarantee you they're paying attention to that. It's looking like it would be quite a showdown. Cove is over at Belton. Now, I think that game could be a little bit of a trap. I think Cove shows up better than just the score from last week playing the Cats. Belton's trying to go 2-0 and stay undefeated. That'll be interesting to see where that happens. And then Heights is at Ellison, which, of course, they're at Leo Buckley tonight. And, Ellison and Heights, both schools that are 0-1 looking for their first win. Story of the night, or the game of the week, probably was that Shoemaker-Killeen game last night, just to see what really Shoemaker putting an exclamation point on their statement about this is our district. We're wanting to come after that. We want that district title. And, of course, the coach over there has been doing a great job with that team, really, really getting that program turned around.
Yeah, and they're playing very well right now. And, Q, you've talked about it before. This Shoemaker team is playing very well. But right now for the Wildcats, this Bryan team is an unknown team for them, at least in this district. And this is a big one tonight. Homecoming, there's lots of distractions sometimes when you have homecoming happening. Not that it's about the players on the field. It's everybody coming back. But you want to perform well in front of the alumni. You also have sometimes worrying about what you're doing after the game. You still have to stay focused for the ball game at hand.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not about what you're doing after the game right now. It's about what's going on the field. It's not about, as Coach Stewart said earlier in the week to us, it's not about the people in the stands. It's not about the ones that are on the field not playing, the ones that are in the alumni. It's all about handling business. And Art brought up, a matchup with Shoemaker down the line. That's good for us to talk about. That's good for Wildcat fans to circle on their calendar. But the Wildcats themselves have to focus each and every week on the task at hand, the game at hand, because if they start looking too far ahead, something could jump up and bite them.
And that's when teams aren't getting in a trap. I mean, you talk about young guys, and that's the coaches having to keep them focused on the task at hand. And the task at hand tonight is the Vikings of Bryan being here, but it's easy. It's easy to look down, and Q's right. And, that's for us to be able to talk about. The fans love to do that. They love to circle calendars, but I bet if you looked in that coach's office, there's not anything circled in that calendar.
No.
There's a bunch of X's on the ones they've gone through, and they're looking at the one that's highlighted for tonight, right?
Well, Q said it. I mean, that's for us to enjoy talking about and the fans listening, because that's why you do what you do in terms of following your team and having fun with it. What I really like about this Wildcat team is that it's I was talking with Dr. Little, Cody's dad, earlier this afternoon, and we were talking about how it's kind of a no-name team, and that may sound like a derogatory thing to say, but it's really a compliment, because
true.
They had 4 returning starters on the offensive side, 3 returning starters on the defensive side, and we don't really have any the Cats don't have big Division I commits. That talk isn't happening. They're kind of a team. I mean, you got a quarterback like Arizmendi that is this tonight will be his 5th start as the quarterback, and look at the yards that he's put him. He's one of the top quarterbacks, not only just in the district, but even the region, and even putting up some numbers that are leading to he's getting some attention on the state level. So this team is just kind of a no-name team. There's no really one single person that you go, gosh, that person, it all points to that individual. I mean, we've got some outstanding, there's certainly some bright stars on the team. But does that make sense how I'm describing it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ward? It feels a little different than when you show up in a season with like a Taquan Graham or T.J. Franklin or a Wiley, that is already committed to a Johnston, Quentin Johnston from last year. We don't have that this year. And I think sometimes those are the teams that kind of pull something out and do a little bit turn into extra special teams.
Could be fun. Wings, pizza, and things to look around 12-6A. This is the Jim Pond pregame show. Wildcat football presented by Baylor Scott and White Roney Bone and Joint Institute. We'll take another time out in the Jim Pond pregame show. When we come back, we've got your starting lineups. Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Get
And welcome back to the Jim Pond pregame show here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Ward White's your boy Q, Art Cooley, Alan Rourke along with you. Stephen Simcox back in the Fox Sports studios. Time now on the Jim Pond pregame show to take a look at your starting lineups. Brought to you by Ashford Homes, represented by Bradley Shepard with that Wildcat defense. Here's Art Coley.
All right, coming across the defensive line at defensive end, number 13, he's a junior, Eric Shorter. Number 95, Javen Taylor, he's a senior. Number 44, senior, Cody Little. And number 90, Tomas Torres, he's a junior. In the secondary, left cornerback, number 4, senior, Keon Williams. At right cornerback, number 17, senior, Carlton Mack. In the safety positions, number 15, Jaden Jackson, he's a junior. And number 2, Otarian Peoples, also a junior. Our linebackers for the Wildcat defense tonight, the leading tackler for the Wildcats, number 5, sophomore, Torian York. Junior, number 9, Phelan Lee. And number 11, junior, Marshall Grays. Ward, that's your Temple Wildcat defense.
All right, taking a look at the offense, an offense that's rushed for 822 yards, passed for 786, a total of 1,608 yards so far this season. Up front at left tackle, junior number 53, Colby Rice. At left guard, senior number 64, Kai Lynn. At center, senior number 57, Matthew Fry. The right guard, senior number 66, Alan Camacho.
Right.
At right tackle, senior number 58, Alex Rodriguez. Also, the wideouts for the Wildcats, senior number 3, A.J. McDuffie, and number 12, senior Luke Allen. The slot back, senior number 18, Tadarius Taylor, and the tight end, number 30, Keandre Smith. The running back, junior number 8, Samari Howard, and the quarterback, the senior number 10, Humberto Arizmendi. There is your starting Wildcats. On the offensive side, presented by Ashford Homes, represented by Bradley Shepard here in the Jim Pond pregame show. As the Wildcats take the field here at Wildcat Stadium, homecoming 2020 for the Wildcats. Time now for your keys to the game, brought to you by Johnson Brothers Ford. And Q, your keys for a Wildcat win tonight.
You know, I think it's just all on the defensive side of the ball. It's going to be a little squirrely out here with the wind that's howling, so I think the defense has opportunities to make some plays, and that's what they've been doing. They've been getting it done defensively, and I think that's what you're going to see again tonight, a strong defensive showing, and the offense will do the rest.
Art, your keys for a Wildcat win tonight?
Well, I couldn't agree with Q more on the defensive side. Just keep doing what you've been doing. This defense has been amazing, and especially in the second half of any game. Offensively, I'm looking for a clean game. Arizmeñi's had 3 interceptions the last 2 games. Just want to see that offense execute, do what they do. Let's keep that ball not having any turnovers for the Cats. I think that's key.
There is Art and Q's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Johnson Brothers Ford, as we're just about ready.
Marching onto the field now to present the colors for tonight's national anthem is the Temple High School Air Force ROTC color guard. Cadet Lily Curtis is carrying the U.S. flag, Sabian Scott carrying the Texas flag, Kayla Jones the right rifleman, and Jill Willett the left rifleman. Singing the national anthem tonight is Temple High School's Meister Singers under the direction of Cameron Ruclue. Please rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Show. Ward White's Art Coley, Alan Roark in the booth. Your boy Q down on the sidelines. Time now for your game time weather conditions. Brought to you by Performance Food Services. Coach, the weather tonight.
Ward, I'm going to tell you something that Q already knows very well. It's a brisk 52 degrees down there, and the actual temperature, what it feels like, is 47 degrees. The rain has moved out, so we're not expecting any more precipitation tonight, but the wind is moving along at a 15 to 20 mile an hour clip. And Q, how's it feel down there?
It's cold and it's windy, man. All that stuff that you just said, I could have summed that up in 2 words: cold and windy.
Well, I appreciate you letting me do it.
All right, there you go. The captains making their way to midfield, and this year it's a little bit different. All 5 of the captains will stand at the numbers, and 1 player going out to the middle, and that is Alex Rodriguez. Let's listen into the coin flip.
And you guys will win. Meeting at the center of the field are the captains for Temple,
you win the toss.
number 58,
and you guys will defer to the second half. You guys want the ball, so you guys going to get on this side, get on this side over here.
All right, Q, I couldn't quite
Bryan
make
has
out
won
what
the
the official
toss,
was saying.
the first to the second
Bryan
half,
won,
and we'll kick.
They deferred, so Temple's going to get the ball first.
All right, thank you. Q on the coin flip, as the Bryan Vikings will defer until the second half, and they will get the opening kickoff, so the Cats will go on the field and be at the east end zone coming out. Taking a look at the colors tonight for the Bryan Vikings, it's navy blue pants, a white jersey with blue numerals, and the blue sleeves, the blue helmet with the silver Viking logo inside the state of Texas on both sides. For the Temple Wildcats, it's the blue jersey tonight here at home. Also the white numerals on front and back, the blue helmet with the white face mask, and the white chrome T outlined in red on the helmet. And, of course, the iconic blue front, white back pants for the Wildcats. And kicking off for the Vikings is, I'm trying to catch his number. I think that's 15. I'm not sure. It is. That's Nico Bullhoff. And Bullhoff will kick it off for the Vikings of Bryan. We are just about ready for the Sports World kickoff here at Wildcat Stadium. And back deep is going to be Howard and Taylor. And Bullhoff will put his foot into it. It's a high kick, drifting back inside the 5 and bringing it out is going to be Samari Howard out to the 15, to the 20. He has a crease, 25, 30, 35, out to the 40, and out to the 44-yard line. As a 41-yard return by Samari Howard, and the Wildcats will start off in great field position on their first possession of the night.
Well, the Bryan Vikings do not want to let Arizmendi get a head start by getting going at midfield. I mean, he comes into this, the 6'1", 180-pound quarterback for the Wildcats, completing 66% of his passes, already Ward up to almost 800 yards of passing and 10 touchdown passes coming into Week 5.
Here come the Wildcats. Ball on the right hash. They go left to right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Here is Mindy in shotgun formation. Howard to his left. And Howard will get the first carry on the right side. Gets to midfield and spins his way across midfield into Viking territory. On the stop that time for the Vikings, the free safety Andrew Ellens. But not before he picks up about 8 on the carry. It'll be, well, they'll give him 7. 2nd down and 3 coming up for the Wildcats. They're at the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation for Arizmendi. He'll take it, hand it off to Howard again. Tiptoes his way toward the line of scrimmage. He'll get close to the 45-yard line. They're going to mark him at the 44, so he's going to be about a yard short. 3rd down and 1 coming up for the Cats.
Coach Stewart talked about Bryan Vikings being big up front, and the Wildcats are really coming right at them with the run game.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation, and now flags fly, and there's laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners. I believe this is going to go against the Cats' illegal procedure.
They were trying to hustle up and hurry up and get Bryan off guards, and
5-yard penalty,
that defensive
3rd
line was
down.
trying to get set, and they couldn't. And the offense was trying to go a little too too quickly, and they didn't all get set.
Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for the Wildcats. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation for Arizmendi. Howard to his left, and he'll take the snap, fake the handoff, looking downfield, has a receiver open, caught, and he'll get close to the yardage needed. I think he's going to be denied on the reception that time. Keandre Smith out of the tight end position, just ran a little flat route, and he'll come up short. It'll be 4th down and 1, and it looks like the Cats are going to go for it here.
Yeah, maybe even less than 1. That's definitely, you're into the Bryan Vikings side of the 50 here, so I like the call.
I do too. Test your offensive line early.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 4th down and 1, and hand off to Howard. Howard goes left side and weaves his way, lowers his shoulder, and takes one of the Vikings, Nick Caraway, with him for a Las Vegas Jewelers 1st down on a 5-yard carry by Samari Howard.
Well, when you've got Samari Howard back there, that's another good reason to go for it on 4th down.
2 receivers to the near side, fake the handoff to Howard. There he is again on the tight end, slipping down the middle of the field to the 25-yard line. Keandre Smith with a pitch and catch of 16 yards and another Las Vegas Jewelers 1st down.
Love the tempo here by the Temple Wildcats.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Ball now on the left hash for the Wildcats. Here's Mindy in shotgun. This time he'll give to Howard on the left side. Howard breaks 1 tackle, but not the second one. He'll get to the 21-yard line, a pickup of about 5. 2nd down and 5 coming up for the Cats. Coming around and making the stop, Andrew Walker, the sophomore linebacker. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 2nd down and 5 for the Cats. Here's Mindy, takes the snap, looking, and runs a slant route, trying to get it to Pilot, and just threw it a little bit low for him. Pretty good coverage there by the Vikings by Paul Hill. It'll be 3rd down and actually 6 coming up for the Wildcats.
Well, Nick Caraway, the linebacker for the Vikings, he's 6'3", 240, probably the best athlete on the Viking side of the defense. Almost, if that ball was thrown a little bit differently, that's a pick 6.
Wildcats with 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They go left to right. Here's Minday in shotgun formation. He'll call for the snap. 2-step drop. Looking downfield. Has a receiver. Throws it behind his intended receiver. Trying to get it to the far side of the field. And that was Luke Allen. It'll be 4th down and 6. And they'll send Wagaman out for the field goal.
Today is a day that Wagaman can really be a heck of a weapon with all this swirling wind. And he's got such a strong leg. It can really play into the favor of the Wildcats. given the wind at their back.
Howard will come in and mark this one down at the 28-yard line, so a 38-yard attempt by the lefty. Snap back, hold down, kick is on its way. It is no good, off to the left. So with 9:22 to go in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter, your score Temple 0 and Bryan 0, and they'll get the football at the 21-yard line is where they'll mark that.
Well, now it was missed left, and if you look at the big flag that we have here on the baseball end of the field, the east end of the field, it's completely full out with the wind. So that kick missing to the left makes sense with the way the wind's blowing. Is that what you're feeling down there, Q?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
wind? Right,
Yep,
yeah.
absolutely.
Here come the Vikings on their first possession of the night. Malcolm Gooden, the sophomore quarterback, in at shotgun. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. As they go right to left here at Wildcat Stadium, handoff to the big back as he rumbles his way through, Tyson DeVault, and he'll pick up a couple before he is brought down by that front, Cody Little and Taylor on the stop that time for the Wildcats. It'll be 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Vikings.
Well, guys, last week, Malcolm Gooden, the quarterback for the Vikings, he's a sophomore, 5'10", 185 pounds, scored 4 touchdowns last Friday night in that win against Harker Heights.
2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. 2nd down and 8. Gooden will take it, and it's a keeper for him. He tries to get to the edge, and he does, but he's chopped down on the far sidelines. Coming up and making the play, Keon Williams for the Wildcats, but he'll pick up a good 3 or 4 yards, and it'll be 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Vikings.
It's good pursuit right there. Clearly he's seen that on film throughout the week. They saw that play and recognized it immediately and was able to break it down.
It'll be 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Vikings. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Gooden. 1 back in the backfield to his left. That is DeVault, and he'll get the handoff, and he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. In fact, maybe pushed back a little bit that time, and in there first for the Wildcats is going to be Thomas Torres, and it'll be 4th down and 2, and I think the Vikings are going to punt it back to the Wildcats.
Yeah, that's a huge stop for the Wildcats on this first drive, and you're right. Torres, that 6'5", 255-pound defensive end for the Cats, just they hit the Torres wall over there.
So back deep is going to be punting the ball away is Nico Buloff. And getting ready to return, I believe that's Taylor back there this time.
Delay game.
And now
Offense.
a whistle
5-yard
and
penalty.
illegal
4th
procedure
down.
against the Vikings. So laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners, and it'll be 4th down and 8 now coming up for the Vikings. Punting into a pretty good wind at his back, or kind of at his back, blowing a little bit left to right. There's a high spiraling kick. Taylor being pushed back to the 30. He has plenty of real estate in front of him, looking for a block. He got it all the way to midfield, and he dropped the football, and I'm not sure if he got back on it or not. 45 yards on the punt, and 19 yards on the return.
The ruling on
and
the
the
field is
Vikings
a fumble
get
recovered
the
by the
ball at
kicking team.
midfield on
1st
the
down,
fumble.
Bryan.
Boy, that is not what you wanted to happen there with all that green in front of him, and he just lost the football.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate break right there for the Wildcats, because that was going to be the 2nd possession of the game with good field position, but it was all for naught as he put the ball on the turf.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Vikings right at the midfield stripe on the left hash. Vikings go right to left in the dark blue and white. And now in at quarterback is going to be the backup, and that is Nico Buloff, and he'll hand it off to DeVault, and DeVault stacked up in the backfield that time by the Wildcats, and a host of the Wildcats get in there.
Well, it's old discussion. It's nothing new. But what an equalizer! Fumbles, turnovers, all of those things take between two.
Not working?
Yes.
Not working?
So it'll be a loss of 2 yards on the play, and it'll be 2nd down and 12 coming up for the Wildcats.
Were you guys able to hear the official?
I did not hear him across our mics. 2 receivers on the far side, 2 to the near side. Shotgun formation. Gooden back in at quarterback now for the Vikings. And he'll take the snap, 3-step drop, looking downfield. It looked like a quarterback draw, and now he's going to be in all kinds of trouble. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it before he is going to be dropped by Eric Shorter. And it'll be 3rd down and 12 coming up for the Vikings.
I really like the pursuit from the Wildcat defense. This is something they've been doing all season long, really getting after the quarterback and owning the line of scrimmage, something that Coach Stewart talked about earlier that, Bryan really wants to own the line of scrimmage, but Temple's been doing a good job early on in this game.
Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. They go right to left. Gooden in shotgun formation. And DeVault to his right. This time he'll roll to the wide side of the field, throws downfield, and it is incomplete. Trying to get it to his intended receiver that time on the far side. That was Demarion Johnson, incomplete, and it'll be 4th down and 12. And so the Vikings are going to have to punt the ball back to the Wildcats once again.
And there's not a lot of film on Gooden because they've only had those 2 games, and he's a sophomore. He's been described as a dual-threat quarterback, but make no bones about it, he wants to run the ball first. If the Wildcats are forcing him to have to throw the ball, that's probably a good thing for the Wildcat defense.
Taylor will stand at the 10-yard line for the Wildcats, and Bullhoff back in to punt this ball away with that wind kind of at his back. And he'll get another high spiraling kick, and it'll be caught by Taylor. Still some room in front of him, and he goes right up the middle of the field. Here comes Laundry flying from the backside. 46 yards on the punt and 17 yards on the return. And let's get the call from the official. Probably going to be a block in the back, seeing where that flag came flying from, Art.
That would be my guess. My money would be on that. It's not what I know the Cats are hoping for, but.
And that's a spot foul, but that flag flew from.
There's no foul on the play.
All the way to the 27-yard line.
Foul.
Okay. Well, there you go. How about that? Thank you, Q.
Yep.
So the Cats will have it at the 30-yard line. Ball sits on the right hash. 5:42 to go in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Still no score from Wildcat Stadium. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Ayers Mindy in shotgun formation, and Howard now to his right. And he'll fake the handoff to Howard looking downfield. He'll loft one down the near sidelines. Has A.J. McDuffie caught at the 30. Breaks a tackle. Spins his way up the sidelines. Still on his feet. And the official says he stepped out at the 19-yard line. Mark at the 20-yard line. So a big play of 50 yards for the Cats, and it's a Las Vegas Jewelers first down.
Well, that A.J. McDuffie, Arizmendi to A.J. McDuffie combination, those guys just have that down. That's a working combination so far this season.
1st and 10 for the Cats, and 2 receivers to the far side, 1 on the near side. Arizmendi being flushed out of the pocket. Somehow he escapes and gets back to the line of scrimmage and even gains a yard on that right up the middle. And it'll be 2nd down and 9. Coming in and making the stop that time for the Vikings was the linebacker Andrew Walker.
Hey, going back to A.J. McDuffie, that catch and run, man, that was just a lot of athleticism after the catch, man. He just showed what they do in the weight room.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation. Arizmendi has it. He'll hand it off to Samari Howard. And, boy, he is rudely met that time by Nick Caraway, the junior, as he'll get maybe the line of scrimmage, and that's it. It'll be 3rd down and 8 coming up. In fact, he'll lose a yard. 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Cats.
Loss of a yard on the play, stopped by Nick Caraway.
Yeah, that's that big Viking linebacker that we were talking about earlier.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Boy, all kinds of movement. Maybe a free play for the Cats. He'll throw it toward the end zone, and it's knocked away by the defensive back, Mike Ko. And it will be probably defensive offsides, I think, Hugh.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was a free play. That was a smart play. Take it to the end zone on that one.
So instead of 3rd down and 9, the Cats should have 3rd down and 4
Offside.
coming up
Defense.
inside
Number
the
91.
15.
5-yard penalty.
And they are
3rd down.
making their way inside the State Farm Insurance red zone.
Penalty moves the ball down
Thank
to
you,
the
Mitchell
14.
Davis and Tyler Germstead.
So 3rd down and 4 for the Cats. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation. Arizmendi has the snap, looking downfield, still looking. Now he's going to pull it down and run. Gets past the line of scrimmage, down to the 10, to the 5, still on his feet, knocked off his feet at the 3-yard line. It'll be a pickup that time of about 10 yards, and it'll be a Las Vegas Jewelers first down for the Wildcats. 1st and goal to go from the 3-yard line.
Nice play by Arizmendi to keep something alive and pick up the first down and get it 1st and goal.
So they'll go with the double tight end formation. One receiver to the right. That's McDuffie. Shotgun for Arizmendi, and he'll hand it off to Samari Howard. Weaves his way. Touchdown, Wildcats. From 3 yards out, the Cats get on the board first, 6-0 with your PAT up and coming. Smile at the World Orthodontics. Dr. Josh Knowles brings you the touchdown.
Well, nice push by the offensive line. The Wildcat offense really is going after that front seven of Bryan Vikings. They're taking that head on.
Swinging gate for the Cats. They're going to stay in it and snap the ball to Samari Howard. Puts a man in motion across the formation, and Howard takes the snap, looking to throw that way. Does. It's complete on the far side, but the Vikings read it very, very well. Threw it across the formation to Hinkle that was in motion. The two-point conversion is no good at the moment, but there is laundry on the field. We'll see what the call is from the official.
I believe it's a personal foul after the play.
Thank you, Q. On the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. But the Vikings are walking back out there. Oh, my. This could be advantageous for the Wildcats. If this goes against the Vikings here and it's not a dead ball foul, they'll get another shot at the PAT. Brought to you by Clem McKeska's Barbecue. Thank you, Clem McKeska's.
Yeah, this could be major. It could be a major mistake by Bryan early on that Temple could really benefit from. But it looked like it was extracurricular afterwards. It looked like it was very aggressive while Luke Howard was already on the ground. But we'll see.
Well, the points after the touchdown and the whole approach of that, the Wildcats have just blown that stuff up since that Arlington Martin game. I mean, they've tried all sorts of things to do and getting different looks and trying to confuse the defense with that. And I didn't particularly like the play, even if it makes
the result of the play
so much going lateral.
Is no good extra point. After the play, personal foul, late hit. Defense, number 22. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
Foul, a late hit against Bryan after the play, so it's a dead ball. So that's going to move the ball all the way up to the 45-yard line to kick off. Thanks to Clem McKeska's Barbecue bringing you that. We'll get that scoring summary after this Sports World kickoff. In fact, we'll keep it right here for the kickoff because after that conversation, they're pretty close to being ready to go back out there. But I ask you this, guys, kicking off from the 45, do you go ahead and take a shot here and maybe onside kick this thing?
I know you would.
So they're going to be in really good shape to maybe take a chance here. And the way your defense is playing, I put this on Wagaman and say, hey, let's get this ball back right here.
On the kickoff.
So they'll kick off from the Vikings 45-yard line. Sports World brings you the kickoff. 4:07 to go in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Your score, Temple 6 and Bryan nothing. So here comes Wagaman and see if the Wildcats have something up their sleeve here. Sports World brings you the kickoff. Wagaman approaches, and it is an onside kick, and it's rolling on the ground, bouncing around, and the Cats have a shot at it, but I think Bryan came up with it, and they did. So they'll have the ball at the 35-yard line, thanks to Sports World for the kickoff. Pretty good opportunity there for the Wildcats, but just couldn't come up, couldn't get that last little bounce from it. Let's take a look at your scoring summary, brought to you by McGuire Tires with Steven Simcox.
It was a 4-play drive. Ward, it covered
Vikings
70
will have it at
yards.
their own
Howard on a
34-yard
3-yard
line.
touchdown run to cap it up, and it makes your score Temple 6, Bryan nothing.
4:04 to go in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Here come the Vikings back the other way. Now trailing the Wildcats. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. They go right to left. Shotgun formation for Gooden. And he'll take the snap, and it's a quarterback keeper all the way. He gets past the line of scrimmage up to the second level before Eric Shorter is able to bring him down. And also an assist that time by the Wildcats, Otarian Peoples. It'll be a gain of about 3, second down and 7 coming up for the Vikings.
Well, I can guarantee you Coach Rogers would consider it a huge success to be able to chew the clock up and get out of the first quarter only down 6 points to the Wildcats, especially what you saw on film last week after the first quarter against Cove.
Second down and 7, split receiver to the far side, 2 to the near side. Shotgun formation for Gooden, and DeVault to his left for the Vikings. And he'll put his receiver in motion, now trips to the far side, throws it that way, and it's complete at the 45-yard line. That's a pickup of 7, maybe 8, 9 yards. Give him 9, and it'll be first and 10 for the Vikings. On the reception that time, I believe, was Johnson. And Williams on the stop for the Wildcats, first and 10.
Keon was just playing pretty far off. He made that a pretty easy decision for Bryan, just to run a little 7-8 yard hook, get the pass to him, and get the first down.
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side, offset back to the left for Gooden. And he'll take it and run the sweep to DeVault, and he is hit at the line of scrimmage. He'll lean forward for a couple, but that's about it. Coming up and making the play that time for the Temple Wildcats from his linebacking position. That is
Brings up second down and 8.
that Johnny on the stop there?
It's starting to rain.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh, no. Two
Yeah.
receivers to the near side, one to the far side. Shotgun formation for Gooden. It'll be second down and 8. And they'll run the option and pitch it to DeVault, trying to get to the corner. Excuse me, that's Paul Hill into the ball game, and Cats cover that one up pretty well across the sidelines. Coming across and making the stop, Eric Shorter for the Wildcats.
The Vikings offensively are a little bit of a blend of the spread, as well as you see those old school, some of the wing T even elements in there with even the option. The Wildcats, nice job on the defense, really spreading that offensive option out and covering both the pitch man and the quarterback.
Third down and 7 now coming up for the Vikings. They'll have two receivers to the far side, one to the near side, one back offset next to Gooden on his left. He'll put a man in motion to the near side of the field, and he'll take the snap looking for the hitch route, and he overthrows it way too tall that time for his intended receiver on the near side, and tried to get that to Alex Caluzzi, and incomplete. It'll be fourth down and 7 coming up for the Vikings, and they'll punt this ball away again.
Yeah, that's one that looked like the wind just really took that one and ran with it. I don't know if you saw it like that, Art.
Yeah, and again, I think it's good for the Cats defense. If Gooden is dropping back and passing, I think that's a good situation for him, because Carlton Mack was 12 yards off the receiver. So it was just a terrible pass.
Nico Buloff will punt this ball back to the Cats. Third time he's punted the ball tonight, and it is going to land and check up. And Taylor somehow, well, I thought he got away with one right now. The official said it went out of bounds on the far side at the 7-yard line. A 48-yard punt that time and no return, and the Cats will be backed up on this possession. Temple Furniture and Appliance. First quarter, 1:28 remains. The Wildcats have the lead, 6-0.
Well, not a whole lot of options there for the Wildcats return man, because it was just a really good punt. You know, looked like it was going to bounce out. He did a good job stopping it, because if he hadn't grabbed the ball, it may have rolled down to the 2 or 3 yard line.
So it'll be first and 10 for the Cats. Then they'll come out of the shadows of their own goalpost in shotgun formation for Arizmende. Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. He'll give the handoff right up the middle, weaving his way across the 10-yard line to the 11 is Samari Howard. We'll pick up about 4 on that. So it'll be second down and 6 now coming up for the Wildcats.
Well, when you start out on the 7-yard line, you know what that means. You have an opportunity to add 93 yards to your offensive stats.
And now an official timeout as one of the Vikings is on the turf right now. And we'll take that official timeout with them. 1:09 to go in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Your score, Temple 6 and Bryan 0. Wildcat football presented by Baylor Scott & White Roney Bone and Joint Institute continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Hey fans, this year Johnson Brothers Ford is celebrating 38 years of serving Central Texas and another great season sponsoring the Temple High School Wildcats. We love watching that blue front, white back magic on the field, and we're proud to join our community as we cheer on the Cats together. Good luck to all the players, coaches, parents, and fans. Let's make it happen in 2020.
Johnson Brothers, making it happen. Go Cats!
And welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Back after the injured players taken off on the sidelines. Looked like he got off on his own accord. And the Cats run a play just up the middle with Samari Howard. Not much there. And it'll be third down and 7 coming up now for the Wildcats.
I came up with a solution.
There you go. I knew you would.
That's how I roll, brother.
And that noise is the solution.
Yep.
It is 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Cats maybe, well, they can't let it completely go away, so they'll go have to run a play before the end of the quarter. 2 receivers both sides of the formation. Shotgun for Arizmendi, fakes the handoff, looking downfield, has a receiver. Boy, that was almost taken back to the house. Stepping right in front of it was Paul Hill, and he had nothing but AstroTurf in front of him.
Well, this is going to be a big-time kick right here, too. Because this really can flip the field for Bryan. So they're going to have to ask Wagaman to really get his leg into it, which we all know he has a strong leg. But this could be not a game-changing moment, but this could be a big momentum shift for Bryan if they can get good field position.
It certainly will flip the field in Bryan's favor. You're right, Q. And Wagaman was going to stand right on the P in the end zone, as the Wildcats will have to punt this thing back before the end of the quarter. And Wagaman on the run, end over end kick into that wind, and didn't get all of it, but that wind really grabbed it and threw it down. And a short punt that time by Wagaman of only 25 yards, and that's where Bryan will take over, 1st and 10 with 3 seconds remaining in the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter.
No, it's really cold out here.
Yeah, I think on a windy, you can look at the lights and see the rain just whipping back and forth. I mean, for us,
yes,
Q,
right.
we can get the visual of the wind just looking at the way that rain is coming down in front of that light. So probably fortunate to get the ball and the punt that they got out of Wagaman on that punt.
Now underneath center for the first time tonight, Malcolm Gooden, and DeVault in a pistol formation behind him. They'll run the screen to the near side, and it's a double pass, trying to get it all the way downfield, wide open, all alone at the 5, and he dropped it. Went to the backup quarterback, Bullhoff, and Bullhoff tried to go downfield to his intended receiver that time. I believe that was Rodriguez, standing all alone at the 5-yard line, and he just dropped the football, and the Cats avoid disaster. That is the end of the Temple Furniture and Appliance first quarter. Your score from Wildcat Stadium: Temple 6, Bryan nothing. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Heating and air conditioning. We all expect it to work. When it doesn't, don't call any heating and AC company. Call Temple Heat and Air, your full-service AC and heating company. 254-771-1012. Locally owned and operated since 2001, you'll see the difference in their personalized, safe, and friendly service. As an American Standard and Lennox dealer, you'll get the right parts and service for the right system. Get same-day service and no surprises, plus great financing and discounts. When your system isn't working, call Temple Heat and Air, 254-771-1012.
And welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Got back to play a little bit quickly, and a 1-yard carry by Tayson DeVault, the running back for the Bryan Vikings. And it'll be 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Vikings as we move to the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Your score: Temple 6 and Bryan nothing. Here comes a 3rd down and 9 for the Vikings. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Vikings now go left to right. Gooden in an empty backfield. And he'll take the snap and throw it quickly on the button hook pattern across the 30 to the 29-yard line, complete to Demarion Johnson. And they're on the coverage that time for the Temple Wildcats was Keon Williams. Thank you.
Yeah, go back to that trick play to end the first quarter. We mentioned early in the broadcast before the game started about Coach Rogers coming into this. Look for him to have some tricks up his sleeve. That's one of them that really should have been 6 points.
Yeah, it should have. Cats avoided disaster there. It'll be 4th down and 2, and they're going to go for it here at the 27-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side, empty backfield. And the official blowing his whistle for some reason.
Threw a flag. There's a flag on the field.
Oh, thank you very much. Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's.
There's no foul on the play.
No?
Wow.
No flag. So now they'll go for it on 4th and 2. Empty backfield for Gooden and shotgun. Now another whistle and a timeout called from
timeout.
Well, that was
Bryan.
a strange
First
turn
time out of the half.
Nonetheless, 10:31 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Your score, Temple 6, Bryan nothing. We'll take a 30-second timeout. Wildcat football presented by Baylor Scott and White Running Bone and Joint Institute continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas. The far side, one back in the backfield with Arizminde, and that's Howard to his left, and Howard gets the handoff right up the middle, makes the first man miss, and gets out to the 40-yard line. It's going to be a pickup of 9 and second down and 1 coming up for the Wildcats, and they're going with this tempo, Q.
Yeah, they are, and I like it. I like it. It gets Bryan kind of confused and doesn't get them set, and they got some big guys up front.
Second down and 1, 2 receivers to this side, 1 to that side, handed off to Howard again. He weaves his way, now he bounces outside, cuts it upfield, lowers his shoulder, and gets to the 45-yard line, a pickup of 5, and it'll be a Las Vegas Jewelers first down. Coming across Cameron White on the stop that time for the Vikings, but the Cats move the chains again. Cats in the blue and white, going right to left here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation. Hand it to Samari Howard again, and this time he is hit in the backfield for a loss of 2, and coming across Nick Caraway, the junior linebacker, brings him down.
I don't know about you guys, but the Bryan Vikings, they're picked by Dave Campbell's coming into the season to finish last in the district. I think this is a better team than that. I don't see this team being last in the district at the end of the season.
2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Second down and 12 right now for the Wildcats. Arizminde takes the snap, look downfield, has a receiver clear, and it's Luke Allen at the 25, and it's overthrown just by about a foot, and it'll be an incomplete pass. Boy, and he was open that time down the near sidelines.
Yeah, he really was. I'm standing right here and have it right in front of me, and, man, he laid out, and if he was a couple inches taller, he might have been a little closer, but just an overthrow.
So it will be third down and 12 coming up for the Wildcats as they go right to left in the blue and white. 2 receivers stacked to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield with Arizminde. And he'll fake the handoff, looking downfield again. Now he's going to be flushed and probably dropped, and he is coming through and getting the initial contact. That time was Tanner Allen, and Jackson, the sophomore nose guard, helped clean that one up, and it'll be fourth down and long coming up for the Cats.
Well, defensively, the Bryan Vikings really had the Wildcat receivers for the most part covered. But the big story on that was just maybe that front 7 and that front line for the Bryan Vikings they seem to be getting some momentum there and really getting some penetration at the line of scrimmage.
It'll be fourth down and 17, and Wagaman will come back in to punt this ball back to the Vikings. So a little bit of cat and mouse going on here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, and this time Wagaman puts his foot into it and sends it deep, and it'll land inside the 20 and roll out of bounds inside the 15. I believe they'll mark it about the 9-yard line, a 51-yard punt. And, they're going to mark that going out of bounds right at the 15. So it took a complete right turn, so a 50-yard punt, and it'll be first and 10 for the Vikings.
But, you know, Temple's getting it done defensively. Their offense isn't clicking as well as they'd like it to be, but they're getting it done defensively, which is one of the keys of the game that we had before the game, and they're at least holding up that end of the bargain.
Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. We'll hear from him at halftime with Coach Stewart heading into the locker room. Here come the Vikings, down 6-0, 8:17 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, and that one's discombobbled. That's going to be against the Vikings. I think that's procedure. I think the ball got snapped. The only one that didn't know the snap count that time, unfortunately, was the center.
Everyone but the center.
So that will push them back.
Full start.
And
Offense,
it'll
number 78.
mark it at the 10-yard line.
First down.
So it'll be 1st and 15 for the Vikings.
Bryan likes to stay ahead of the sticks, and so that could be a big backbreaker for them. And if Temple could hold serve on defense, they can get good field position themselves, as Bryan would have to kick into the wind. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Malcolm Gooden. Empty backfield. He'll throw it to DeValdi on the far side. Incomplete. Hit him right in the hands, and he was not able to hang on to it. It'll be 2nd down and 15.
Is that Laundry on the field?
Yes, as the wind is blowing some more. So that's what the crash you might have heard happen.
Thank you very much.
We're working on it here.
It'll be against the Vikings. I don't know if you don't just decline this and go 2nd and 15.
I might back him up more. This
Well,
wind, I keep backing him up.
Depends on the
Personal
foul.
foul.
If it's
Chop
just half
block.
the distance, it's going to put them at the 5.
Number 50 and number 60.
Chop block.
The penalty is
So
declined.
it's going to be half
2nd
the
down.
distance, and I just leave it at the 10 and go 2nd and 15 instead of giving them just 5 yards. And that's what Coach Stewart will do. It'll be 2nd down and 15 coming up for the Vikings.
Well, Temple and Bryan, just for people trying to know what's been happening with this series, they played 5 times, Ward, since 2010. And the Wildcats are 4-1 in this in that matchup over the last decade.
2nd down and 15. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. And Gooden in shotgun. He'll roll to the near side of the field. Has a receiver on the sidelines. Incomplete. Trying to get it to Hunter Valdell on the near sidelines.
Well, the key to that was number 22 for the Wildcats, Johnny Donoso. His under coverage, he was under the receiver. He was blocking the throwing lane from Gooden to the receiver on what maybe a little Q, a 12 or 13-yard out, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But Donoso, the coverage underneath the receiver was what made Gooden have to really throw that ball out there in front of the receiver, and got the incompletion.
So 3rd down and 15 coming up for Bryan. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side, in the white jersey and the navy pants, navy helmet. And this time they're working for the tunnel screen on the far side, complete to Vadili. And it'll be back to the original line of scrimmage. Maybe an extra yard there. I can't tell if he got across the 15, maybe just a football length across the 15, not quite to the 16. So 4th down and 9 coming up for the Vikings.
Well, Q, you called, get them in 4th down, make them have to punt into this crazy wind.
Right.
Maybe something happens for the Cats here on this punt return.
And Taylor has such blazing speed that if he gets an opportunity, I don't know how long this ball will hang in the air, but if he gets an opportunity, he might be able to make something happen.
So now coming back in to punt for the Vikings is Nico Buloff. And remember, he's the backup quarterback. He'll run to the near side, short leg that one, and it takes a wild hop. And Taylor cannot get on top of it. Now he does, and he is slung back that time. A 31-yard punt, a loss of about 3 on the return. And coming in on special teams, once again, Nick Caraway making the tackle.
Yeah, I don't know, Q. What'd you think about him picking the ball up there? Was that the right thing to do?
I didn't have a problem with it. He just couldn't field it cleanly. You know, he tried to pick it up, and once he bobbled it, it was a wrap. But I didn't have a problem with him picking it up. I thought he could make something happen. But I'll give Bryan a lot of credit for their punt coverage. They were down there pretty quick, fast, and in a hurry.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for the Wildcats, who lead at 6-0, 7:15 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. And Arizmendi in shotgun formation. Howard to his right. And Howard will get the carry right up the middle. Has a hole. Now he cuts it to the near sideline, to the 40, down to the 30, inside the 30 to the 26-yard line before he is pushed out. Actually, they've given him all the way down to the 24-yard line. A pickup that time of 24 yards, and it's a loss to Vika Jewelers' first down.
You got to tip your hat to the offensive line on that play. Samari Howard didn't even get touched.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 on the near side. And that is a miscommunication for the Wildcats. Harrison Pilot was
start.
already, he finished running his route before they blew the
That's
whistle.
one of those, like we're in the
First
front
down.
yard play. We say, look, before the ball snapped, you just run down and go ahead and get in the end zone, and then we'll snap it and throw it to you.
Yeah, he was just a little bit offsides.
Well, it's funny because Allen was as well, right in front of the official, and he looked at him and was like, my bad.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. 1st and 15 now for the Wildcats. Arizmendi takes the snap, fake the handoff, looking downfield, trying to go to Allen in the end zone. Goes up and can't pull down the catch. It'll be incomplete. 2nd down and 15 coming up for the Cats.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of these deep passes from Arizmendi to Luke Allen and A.J. McDuffie. And the reason for that is because I like the matchups. The cornerbacks for the Bryan Vikings, that's a weak spot for their defense. And you've already seen a lot of that in this first half. Now they just need to connect on them.
Split receiver to the near side, 3 to the far side. 2nd down and 15. Ball on the left hash. Cats go right to left. Arizmendi takes a snap, 2-step drop. Now he drops back, and it's a screen to Howard. Has a little bit of room, got some blocks in front of him. Down to the 20, cuts it at the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Wildcats!
There's a flag on the field.
Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners, and that is in a bad vicinity.
Yeah. Well, I guess they're saying it's against Bryan, though. Looks like it. He's talking to Coach Stewart, so there you go.
It is going to be against the Bryan Vikings, and so the
touchdown
Cats
is
touchdown
good.
counts.
Personal
brought to you
foul,
by
roughing the
Smollett,
passer,
the World Orthodontics.
hit to the head of the quarterback.
And the
Defense,
Cats,
number 30. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the
that is
kickoff.
hands to the face.
Try for point.
Yeah, he hit the quarterback, roughing the quarterback, hit him in the head.
All right, there you go. So that will be assessed on the kickoff, and the Cats will roll the swinging gate for the Clem McCuskers Barbecue PAT.
And the Cats just traveled through State Farm Insurance Red Zone. So they just did a travel through Mitchell, Tyler. We got you in there, though. They definitely went through you. Through that red
Wagaman
zone.
in for the extra point, and movement up front, but no whistles, and the kick is good.
It had to be offsides.
No flags from the officials. Boy, I thought so too.
Wow.
Q. There you go. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Temple 13, Bryan nothing. Wildcat football continues in 30 seconds on Fox Sports Central Texas. Central Texas, Ward White's Art Coley, Alan Rourke along with you in the booth. Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. Stephen Simcox back in the Fox Sports Central Texas studios as we get ready for the Sports World kickoff. The officials are going to mark that 15 off again, so the Cats will be kicking from the 45 again. And Q, do you dare go another onside kick here?
Absolutely. I would have no problem with it. I think the Wildcats defense has shown that they can do that, and even if they don't pick it up, their defense is stout enough to hold up. So, yeah, I would do it just because. Why not? Try to get some momentum before halftime.
And the Vikings bring their hands team in this time. They didn't have it on the field last time. Cats lead at 13-0 after the screen pass from Howard. After this Sports World kickoff, we'll get the scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires from Stephen Simcox. And Wagaman approaches, and this time he'll loft this one toward the sidelines, and a fair catch made at the 9-yard line, so they'll get it out at the 25-yard line. Time for your scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires. Here's Stephen Simcox.
Only took 3 plays to cover 48 yards. It was Arizmendi to Howard on a 29-yard touchdown pass. It took 24 seconds off the clock, Gordon.
Thank you. Stephen Simcox back in the Fox Sports studios with your McGuire Tires scoring summary. Here come the Bryan Vikings on 1st and 10 at the 25 after the fair catch on the kickoff. Cats lead it 13-0 with 6:51 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter.
This defense is playing really good ball for Temple, man. Really good.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. And now a fullback pistol formation for the Vikings, and a keeper by Gooden, and he'll get about 2 on the carry before he is knocked off his feet that time.
Well, Coach Rogers is definitely committing. Their game strategy and offensive plan is around Gooden having success running the ball. And so far, that just isn't happening, Q.
And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Their defense, Wildcats defense, is so stout right now that they're ready for that. And they're making him, every time he runs, it's very small. 1, 2, 3 yards here or there. That's it.
Shorter on the stop that time for the Cats. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. They go left to right, do the Vikings. Snap back, trying to go that quick hit route on the far side, intended for Johnson, but incomplete. Couldn't quite get to the last rung of the ladder climb. And it'll be 3rd down and 8 coming up for the Vikings of Bryan.
Well, and Carlton Mack, the flip side, Ward and Q, is opposite. You know how I said the Vikings have weak cornerbacks. That's an advantage to the Wildcats. The opposite is true here. Wildcats cornerbacks, like Carlton Mack's over there at 6 feet. And their wide receivers are very short. He's definitely tips the advantage to the Wildcats on that coverage.
Empty backfield for Gooden and shotgun. 2 receivers both sides of the formation. 3-step drop looking down the field. And going up and making the catch that time was the wideout, Hunter Vivaldi.
Yeah, Vivaldi.
And Vivaldi picks up about 14 on the catch, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bryan Vikings.
Hunter Vivaldi just made a very nice catch on that ball.
And paid for it.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Vikings, going left to right. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 13-0 in favor of the Cats. Gooden in shotgun formation and default to his left. He'll put a man in motion to the far side, and this time they'll just run the quick sweep and gets through. And the ball's on the ground. The Wildcats have it at the 46-yard line. And coming up with the football that time for the Cats is going to be Eric Shorter. So the Cats now get another turnover. And here comes the offense back on the field, leading 13-0.
You know, one of the keys of the game when we started this whole thing was let the defense do what they do. Maybe they can create a couple turnovers, give the offense shorter fields. Exactly what I'm talking about right here.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Cats at the 45-yard line of the Vikings with 5:36 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, leading 13-0.
Take your shot, right, Art?
You got it.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield with Arizmendi in shotgun formation. He'll take the snap, fake to Howard, looking down the near sidelines, wide open at the 10 is Taylor, caught 5, touchdown Wildcats, 45 yards, and the Cats extend the lead over the Bryan Vikings 19-0 with your PAT up and coming.
There it is, Art. You called it.
Smile at the World Orthodontics brings you the touchdown. Sorry, Art.
No. Well, I was just saying that's their cornerback that they're really trying to pick on, number 9. KO is his name. He's a senior, 5'7", 160 pounds, and he is the one, all those deep passes, you're seeing them on number 9. It's going to be a long night for him. I can't say it any other way.
Howard will come in and hold the Clem McCaskey's Barbecue PAT for Wagaman. I don't know what the holdup here is. And Coach Stewart doesn't know what the holdup is either.
Well, Coach Stewart just audibled in to say, let's go.
Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Temple 20, Bryan 0. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Everything in our world is connected. At Grande, we continue to invest millions in our fiber-rich network so you can have the most reliable connections when you need them most. These connections inspire our greatest passions in life. And as you follow your dreams, we're here for you every step of the way, 24/7, with our award-winning customer service, until one day, you become who you were always meant to be. Keep your family and home connected with Grande's lightning-fast internet. Imagine better with Grande.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that very much.
Stephen, I did not know you were a McGregor boy.
Oh,
Yeah,
come
McGregor
on.
Bulldog.
Yeah, okay.
The Fighting Stephen
Glad you
Simcox.
do your research and prepare.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 1st and 10 for the Vikings, who trail the Wildcats now 20-0. And Gooden back in at shotgun formation. DeVault to his right. And he's going to keep the ball himself. Now a late pitch, and the ball's on the ground again. And the Cats are on top of it, but it falls back out of their hands. I think they got it at the 9-yard line. We'll see if they umpile, but I think the Cats finally got the football, as the Vikings had a chance at it but could not come up with it. And after umpiling, the Cats have the football.
The backwards
inside
pass
the
is recovered
10-yard
by
line.
Temple.
And coming up
First
with
down.
that fumble recovery that time, Otarian Peoples. So a huge moment for the Cats here, Hugh.
Yeah, big-time moment. And, again, another turnover created by a good pursuit from the defense. And now it's up to the offense to punch it in and really put their foot on the gas.
They'll mark it at the 8-yard line. 1st and goal to goal inside the State Farm Insurance red zone.
Timeout.
And a timeout
Bryan.
called by the Bryan
Second timeout of the half.
Vikings, and we'll take it with them. 5:18 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Your score, Temple 20 and Bryan nothing. Wildcat football continues in 30 seconds on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Hey fans, this year Johnson Brothers Ford is celebrating 38 years of serving Central Texas and another great season sponsoring the Temple High School Wildcats. We love watching that blue front, white back magic on the field, and we're proud to join our community as we cheer on the Cats together. Good luck to all the players, coaches, parents, and fans. Let's make it happen in 2020.
Johnson Brothers, making it happen. Go Cats!
Welcome back to Wildcat Football, presented by Baylor Scott and White Roney Bone and Joint Institute here at Wildcat Stadium. 20-0 in favor of the Cats, knocking on the door after the fumble from the Bryan Vikings with 5:18 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Here comes the offense back out on the field after the Viking timeout. They'll send 3 receivers to the far side. 1 back in the backfield with Arizmendi in shotgun formation on 1st and goal at the 9. Snap back to Arizmendi, looking for the end zone, has a receiver. It is thrown too far on the far side for A.J. McDuffie, incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and goal to go from the 8-yard line.
Looks like A.J. McDuffie may have lost his footing there a little bit, too.
Yeah, about to say the turf monster might have kind of tripped him up before the ball even got to him. I think this is where you pound Samari Howard. I really do.
So Luke Allen will check back into the ball game for the Wildcats, and he'll be split to the near side. 2 receivers to the far side. A.J. McDuffie on the far side. 1 back in the backfield. That's Howard, and he'll get the handoff right up the middle. Stops at the 5, leans for the goal line, still on his feet, and he'll be denied at the 1-yard line. But a good, strong run. It took 3 or 4 white jerseys to push him back after he got close to the goal line, and that was Walker White and Paul Hill on the stop. It'll be 3rd down and goal to go from the 1-yard line for the Wildcats.
I'd go right back to it. Just go ahead and let them do the same thing. That offensive line is cooking right now. They're feeling good about themselves. And Bryan, you could tell the defensive linemen, they're starting to have hands on the hips. They're getting worn out.
There's Mindy shotgun. Howard to his right. Howard gets the handoff, pauses for a second, now leans forward, trying to get to the goal line. Does he get in?
He's in.
Touchdown, Wildcats. From 1 yard out, the far side official said yes. The near side official said no, and the far side official wins out. Cats extend the lead 20-6 with your PAT up and coming.
You know, and it's funny because Samari was able just to lean, and that's why it was able for the far side official had actually a better angle at it because he could see where Samari was leaning. But it was close, but he got in there.
Smile at the World Orthodontics. Dr. Josh Knowles brings you the touchdown. Clem McCaskey's Barbecue with your PAT out of the hold of Howard. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Temple 27, Bryan nothing. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Heating and air conditioning. We all expect it to work. When it doesn't, don't call any heating and AC company. Call Temple Heat and Air, your full-service AC and heating company. 254-771-1012. Locally owned and operated since 2001, you'll see the difference in their personalized, safe, and friendly service. As an American Standard and Lennox dealer, you'll get the right parts and service for the right system. Get same-day service and no surprises, plus great financing and discounts. When your system isn't working, call Temple Heat and Air, 254-771-1012.
Back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Ward White's your boy Q, Art Coley, and Alan Rourke along with you at Wildcat Stadium. Stephen Simcox producing. Your new score, Temple 27, Bryan nothing. We'll get that scoring summary after this Sports World kickoff from Wagaman, as he'll send this one high and deep and through the back of the end zone. And the Vikings will start 1st and 10 at the 25. Your McGuire Tire scoring summary with Stephen Simcox.
This time it took 3 plays. Ward had covered 8 yards. It was Howard punching it in from 1 yard out. It took 47 seconds off the clock, making your score Temple 27, Bryan nothing. Thanks to McGuire Tire for bringing you your scoring summary.
Stephen Simcox back in the Fox Sports Studios. 4:29 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. 27-0 in favor of the Cats, and 2 touchdowns in 4 plays. That's pretty good odds.
I'll tell you, the officials called a timeout now just because the chain gang on the other side is.
They're having some difficulties.
Yeah, and I'll tell you though, Stephen gave that scoring summary and everything. He sounded like that was a little bit more difficult math than the first play. So that kid from McGregor is letting his true colors show, I guess.
Well, here's some math that Alan, Coach Roark, can figure out for us. But coming into tonight, Samari Howard was the #1 scoring player on the Wildcat team with 48 points. He's definitely added to that in the first half of this game.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for the Vikings on 1st and 10 from the 25. Gooden in shotgun formation. And this time he'll give the handoff and coming to the near side, trying to catch the edge. And he's hit by 3 or 4 Wildcats before finally being brought down. That's Jackson on the stop. DeVault with the carry. He'll pick up 3, 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Vikings.
Cats just did an outstanding job there defensively of continuing to force the play to the sideline and never really letting the running back get around the edge.
Out.
Yeah.
2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side on 2nd down and 7 for the Vikings. Shotgun formation for Malcolm Gooden. And he'll take the snap and this time hand it off again, and trying to get yardage on the right side was Tayson DeVault, and he'll pick up another couple, maybe 3 yards depending on the spot. It'll bring up 3rd down and 3 now coming up for the Vikings.
Well, and if the Wildcat defense is able to hold Bryan here, then Coach Stewart really he'll have them on the offensive side if they're punting and getting the ball back. If Bryan is able to get a 1st down here, Coach Stewart may start maybe thinking about using those timeouts, saving some time for another touchdown or another scoring opportunity before the half.
That's a good point. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation on a big 3rd down and 3 for the Vikings. Shotgun for Malcolm Gooden. They go left to right, snap back, and he'll run the option and keep it himself, and he's hit at the line of scrimmage. I thought the ball may have came out for just a second, but Cody Little brings him down, and it'll be 4th down and 2 coming up, and
Temple.
now the Wildcats will take that timeout before the punt.
Well, the junior running back for Vikings was pretty upset at his quarterback for keeping the ball. It looked to me like the right decision there would have been to pitch it to your running back, because he had his blocker out front to take the defender, the one defender out. He makes the pitch. It looks like it's probably a 1st down run.
No doubt. But you remember last time he pitched the ball. And I'm seriously, and that's probably what he's thinking about. Like, you know what? That was a bad decision. Eric Shorter had a good position and didn't allow him to get any yards. But, yeah, he probably thought about that last pitch. Like, yeah, you know what? I better hold on to this one.
So it'll be 4th down and 2 after the timeout by the Temple Wildcats. 3:06 remaining here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. 27-0 in favor of the Cats. And they wanted a little more time on the clock to try to add here, as the Vikings are at least line up in punt formation with Nico Buloff. Remember, he's the backup quarterback.
It's kicking into the wind. Ought to be interesting.
Taylor will stand at his 30-yard line.
It's an adventure.
So Buloff will take the snap from right about the 20. It's a good snap, and he'll roll to his right, and it's a short kick. That wind caught it, and it's going to land at midfield and check up and be down at the 48-yard line. Coming up and making the down is the quarterback, Malcolm Gooden. 24 yards on the punt, no return, and the Wildcats will start off in Viking territory one more time, 1st and 10, with 3 minutes remaining in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, leading 27-0.
All right, I don't know about you, but I'm taking another shot at that number 9. You said he's getting picked on all night. Pick on him one more time.
Well, I said, it's the way, it's business.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? It's just
nothing
business.
personal.
Nope, it's not. And last week against Cove, the second quarter was the shadow of the valley of shadow of death for the Cats. The second quarter tonight is a really hot one.
Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Cats go right to left. 1st and 10. Hand off to Samari Howard. Has a big hole on the left side. Stutter steps and gets inside the 35, down to the 30-yard line. A pickup that time of 14 yards, and it's a loss to Vika Jewelers. First down for the Cats.
That was a heck of an open field tackle by the Bryan Vikings safety there on Samari Howard. Not too many people can do that to him.
Three receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Empty backfield for Arizmendi. 3-step drop back. Now he's going to take it and run it himself, and he's going to be dropped behind the line of scrimmage for a 3-yard loss. Coming up and making the play that time was Jalen Morris for the Bryan Vikings. So 2nd down and 13 for the Wildcats.
Lost a couple yards, but I'm not sure that was a bad decision by Arizmendi just to eat it and come back and try to get it going on this play.
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. Howard now back in the backfield, and he'll get the handoff. Weaves his way right up the middle. Big hole down to the 20, inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. And it'll be a pickup of 13 yards, and it's a loss to Vika Jewelers. First down inside the State Farm Insurance red zone.
Here we go.
Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. 1st and 10 for the Cats. Ball on the left hash. Arizmendi takes the snap. Hand off to Howard again. Inside the 10-yard line. Still on his feet and finds a way to get down to the 8-yard line before he is finally brought down. That time by the linebacker Cameron White. 10 yards on the carry. I think they're going to mark him, well, give him 9.5 yards on the carry. And it'll be 2nd down and short. One of the Cats down on the field. We'll check on him. Baylor Scott and White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute with your injury update as they check out that young man at about the 20-yard line. We'll step away with the Cats leading 27-0, 1:52 to go in the Potter Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas. Institute. Ward White's Art Coley, Alan Rourke along with you inside the booth, and Q on the sidelines as the injured Wildcat comes off. Colby Rice making his way to the sidelines, and he is upright. They'll get him checked out. It'll be 2nd down and about a half yard for the Wildcats at the 9-yard line. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Shotgun formation. Arizmendi, 3-step drop, looking downfield, has a receiver. Luke Allen, touchdown, Wildcats. Little button hook in the end zone, and the Cats strike again from 9 yards out and extend the lead 33-0 with your PAT up and coming.
Arizmendi and Luke just made that look too easy. Really, little toss and catch.
Smile at the World Orthodontics. Dr. Josh Knowles brings you the touchdown, and the PAT brought to you by Clem McCuska's Barbecue. Howard in for the hold, and Wagaman in for the PAT. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. And Laundry on the field, hold everything. I think this is going to be offsides against the defense. We'll see what the officials call. Yes, offsides against the defense. That'd be half the distance to the goal, but I think you decline it and just take the points on the board, right?
Yeah, 34-0, yeah.
So they'll decline that.
Okay.
Your new
Offside.
score from Wildcat
Defense.
Stadium, Temple
Penalty is
34,
declined.
Bryan nothing.
The point is
Wildcat
good.
football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Aaron Wagaman, number 1, will kick off for the Wildcats.
And welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas as Wagaman with the Sports World kickoff kicks it through the back of the end zone one more time, and they'll start at the 25 with 1:42 to go in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter. Cats lead it 34-0. Scoring summary brought to you by McGuire Tires. Here's Steven Simcox.
It was 5 plays that covered 47 yards. It was Arizmendi to Allen on a 9-yard touchdown pass, and it took a minute 42 off the clock.
Thank you. Steven Simcox with your scoring summary. 34-0 in favor of the Cats. Here comes Bryan, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Gooden in shotgun formation. He'll take the snap and just hand it off this time to Paul Hill. And Paul Hill has some room up the far sidelines, and he's finally forced out of bounds on the far sidelines. And that is Jaden Jackson with the stop, but not before he'll pick up 19 yards and a first down for the Bryan Vikings.
Well, that little play opening it up probably ignites a little bit of fire and opportunity for Bryan. Bryan has 1 timeout left, so you just got to think they've got to go for it here and keep trying to put some points on the board, right?
I would think so. Carlton Mack on that last stop, sorry. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and this time he hands it off to Paul Hill on the right side, and he is stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Coming in first that time was York, and Donoso in there on the stop as well. It'll be 2nd down and 10, and now you see the Bryan Vikings not getting much of a hurry there, Q.
No, not at all. After that first play, they said, okay, you know what, maybe like Art said, they'll put the foot on the gas and try to do something. But after that stop right there from the Wildcats, they're just going to kind of shut it on down, slow it on down, and get into the locker room and talk about things.
Well, I just think this is a tough spot. If you're the offensive coordinator for Bryan Vikings, I just don't think you got a whole lot that you can do.
Right. Split receiver to the near side, 1 to the far side, underneath center now, and they'll hand it off, and Paul Hill will be hammered in the backfield, and slicing through that time is Torres, and they'll drop him for a 2-yard loss, and they'll have to run one more play because the play clock is ahead of the game clock by about 2 seconds.
Second time out of the half.
The Wildcats call a timeout?
They did.
All right, well, there you go. The Wildcats will call a timeout on 3rd down and 13. So Coach Scott Stewart and the Temple Wildcats want the football back, it seems. And why not? Take another shot to the end zone, Q?
Good catch. Yep, I think so. Why not? I mean, if you can, go for it.
Well, you hold them here on 3rd and long, and you're going to use your other timeout. So what does that give us, Q? If by the time the Cats get the ball back, let's see, would they
probably
have
take
20?
about 3 or 4, depending on how long this play is. If you stop them at the line of scrimmage again, you're looking at maybe 5-second runoff. So you call the timeout and another 5 seconds for the punt. So
23.
You guys act like I'm a mathematician or something, man. Y'all was trying to get me to do some kind of
23 seconds.
Oh, wait a minute.
Remaining.
That's Simcox. I'm sorry.
No, Simcox
McGregor.
is the kid from McGregor. He's doing basic math.
Here comes the offense for the Bryan Vikings on 3rd down and 13. You guys. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Empty backfield now for Malcolm Gooden. And he may just run around and try to eat the clock up. Snap back, and it's a quarterback keeper himself. He's trying to get to the yardage needed for the first down, and he's tripped up. That time, coming across, Jaden Jackson, and the Cats will call a timeout with 25 seconds remaining in the first half,
time out of the half,
leading 34-0. And now 4th down and 5 coming up for the Vikings of Bryan, and decision time. Do you go ahead and punt this ball back, or do you just try to run around for a little bit? I don't think you can afford to do that with 25 seconds on.
You've got to punt it.
You've got to kick it back, don't you?
Yep. Well, especially, I can tell you, over on the sidelines, I can see the defensive coach is already talking to number 9, the cornerback for Bryan Vikings over there. That you know the deep ball is coming, and it's going to be whoever he is covering.
Well, he wasn't even on the field the last time they hit the field.
Oh, he didn't?
No, number 4 is the one who Luke beat.
So it'll be 4th down and 5 for the Bryan Vikings. And the Vikings will send the punting unit out. And again, I've mentioned this before, but Nico Buloff played in the first game at quarterback before the sophomore Malcolm Gooden took over at quarterback. So he is the punter.
Well, and Gooden is in there blocking. He's the up back right in front of the punter too.
So here comes the punt, we assume, by the Vikings, and he'll put his foot into it, and it's a line drive kick that will be returned to the 15, to the 20, has a seam to the near sideline, has some blockers in front of him out to the 45-yard line. On the return that time, Taylor, a 42-yard punt, and a 32-yard return, but Laundry on the field back at the 24-yard line is probably going to go against the Cats with the block in the back.
Well, I think it's going to be holding on Keon Williams on that punt return, but if you watched it, Q, I don't know if you saw Keon Williams and the Viking that he was blocking. They ended up over here in about lane 7 of the track, almost in the stands. They were hooked up and just doing a little dance.
On the play. Both against the receiving team. Holding, number 15. That penalty is declined. Holding, number 4. That penalty will be 10 yards from the spot of the foul.
So
First
that's
down.
going to be against Keon Williams, the penalty they take, and the reason why they take that one and not the other one because the flag was deeper and it's a spot foul. And so that will put them inside the 15 to the 13-yard line with 13 seconds remaining here in the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter, 34-0 in favor of the Cats.
Let's think some warm thoughts, man. I'm trying to warm up out here.
And a victory formation for the Cats, so they'll just down this being backed up so far and head into the locker room with 13 seconds remaining. Arizmendi takes the snap and the knee, and that will do it for the Ponder Auto and Fleet Service second quarter and the first half of play here at Wildcat Stadium. Boy, that didn't look good. 34-0.
That is the end of the first half.
And Q will catch up with Coach Stewart heading into the locker room with the Cats out in front. Coach Stewart, brought to you by the Temple Education Foundation, as Q has made his way over to Coach Stewart. Take it away, Q.
Coach, it's windy, but your team is doing some good things out there offensively and defensively, but really the tone's been set by the defense tonight.
Yeah, we're playing hard. We've got to clean up some stuff, you know. The challenge at halftime is going to be we played 36 minutes last week. We don't need to play 36 minutes in Temple, Texas. We need to play 48 or more if it takes more. So really proud of the intensity. You know, these guys have a workman's kind of ethic and attitude, and so proud of that. We got some stuff to clean up, though.
On a night like this when it is windy, how important is Wagaman to have his A game, which looks like he brought it tonight?
Oh, yeah, he's the weapon, and you know, dude's been starting since he was a freshman, so, you know, you're not going to rattle that kid, and so a little wind is just par for the course. But, yeah, he's an asset, he's a weapon, so we're just going to have to clean some stuff up and come out here and try to attack in the second half, not have any letdowns.
Appreciate your time, Coach. Back to you, Ward.
Thank you, Q. Coach Stewart heading into the locker room, brought to you by the Temple Education Foundation. As we head into halftime, Temple Wildcats lead at Homecoming 2020 over the Bryan Vikings, 34-0. Stay tuned. The Morrison Pursley Financial Plans halftime show is next on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Music cord. Do you want me to take the cover off of the camera now?
We all plugged up? Oh. Yeah, we good? Yeah, we plugged up?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now taking the field are the award-winning Temple High School kicking dance team. The kickers are under the direction of Director Leslie Powell and Assistant Director Kelsey Warren. The social officer is Secretary Aaron Baugh, Historian Sarah Sander, Vice President Avery Sims, and President Diana Kure. Dance officers are Lieutenant Kylie Naranjo, Lieutenant Mariana Skinner, Lieutenant Tori Harris, Lieutenant Abby Cook, and Captain Casey Marshall. Spirit Girl of the Week is Zoe Rodello. The Kitten of the Week is Sanaya Baldwin. The Kittens would like to wish all of Wildcat Nation a very happy homecoming. The varsity and JV Kittens will now entertain you with an exciting Streeter Jazz Field Routine tune, Think. Temple Independent School District is proud to present the Temple High School Wildcat Band. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Ellie Abel, Patience Johnson, and Amber Morris. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wildcat Band and their official sponsor, In-House Systems, are pleased to present their 2020 marching production entitled Motown, a celebration of black artists and composers. We begin with the Jackson 5 hit, I Want You Back. And now we'd like to entertain you with Papa Was a Rolling Stone by the Temptations. That you enjoy Dance to the Music by Sly and the Family Stone.
All right, Wildcat Nation, on your feet as we go to the Big T and join us for Suburbia. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention this evening. It has been our pleasure performing for you. Our sponsors for tonight's halftime show are In-House Systems. We thank them for helping the Wildcat Band outfit our trailer. Directors of the Wildcat Band are Brent Matheson, Marcus Duran, Marcus Bonilla, Jennifer Essery, and Evan Simmons. Color Guard is under the direction of Lacey Garcia. Director of Fine Arts for Temple ISD is Katrina Lotspeech. Happy homecoming, have a safe and restful weekend, good night, and go Wildcats!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will direct your attention to the track for the Temple High School 2020 Homecoming Halftime Presentation. At this time, we will present the Temple High School Homecoming Lower Court. The Homecoming Lord is freshman Mason Mills, representing the junior ROTC. The homecoming lady is freshman Ana Sofia Garcia, representing both THS cheer and the cross-country team. The homecoming Duke is sophomore Torian York, representing Wildcat football. The homecoming Duchess is sophomore Jaslyn Arroyo, representing basketball. The homecoming Prince is junior Samari Howard, representing Wildcat football. The homecoming princess is junior Allie Mack, representing THS cheer. Congratulations to the 2020 lower court. And now, I am pleased to present to you the 2020 senior homecoming court. The finalists for King are Luke Allen, son of Debbie Allen and Scott Allen, representing Wildcat football. Luke has been involved in theater, basketball, track, student council, and Mu Alpha Theta. He plans on attending the University of Texas and majoring in business. Dominic Gamino, son of Marla and Louis Gamino, representing Temple Wildcat Band. Dominic plays in the band as well as varsity tennis. After high school, he plans to pursue a bachelor's degree at Boston College in finance or psychology. Cody Little, son of Rebecca and Danny Little, representing choir. During high school, Cody participated in football, basketball, polyphonics, theater, Meister Singers, Mu Alpha Theta, National Honor Society, band, class officer, FCA, Rotary Interact, Superintendent's Advisory Council, and Temple Indoor Percussion Ensemble. After high school, he plans to attend the Naval Academy, where he plans to major in a science. The finalists for Queen are Ellie Abel, daughter of Heath Abel and Erica Abel, representing Wildcat Band. While in high school, Ellie has played tennis, been in German, and is an IB diploma candidate. After high school, she plans on pursuing a degree in public policy. Talia Johnson, daughter of Tamara Johnson and Terrence Johnson, representing basketball. While in high school, Talia has been involved with volleyball, track, varsity basketball all 4 years, ROTC, NCO, and Commander, National Honor Society, HOSA, Pharmacy Tech, and is in the top 10%. After high school, she plans to go to a college close to home, but not too close, and major in pharmacy or study to be a zoo veterinarian. Elani Lopez, daughter of Athena Cruz and Alex Lopez, representing cheer. While in high school, Elani participated in FFA, track, orchestra, and cheer. After high school, she plans to attend Texas A&M University and major in veterinary medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Temple High School's 2020 Homecoming Senior Court. And now, your homecoming king for 2020 is Luke Allen. And your 2020 homecoming queen is Talia Johnson. Congratulations to this year's homecoming court and this year's king and queen. A big thank you to Precious Memories for donating all the beautiful flowers for tonight's homecoming. Thank you again to Precious Memories for their continued support.
sure would. And the thing about it is, and I know that Coach Stewart mentioned it going into the locker room, is that, they got to play a full game. So they can't go into the locker room, look at the score, and say, hey, 34-0, we're going to cruise to this victory. They got to go out there with that same intensity. I'm sure that's what the coaches challenged them with at halftime. They have to, hey, stay intense, play your sound defense. Let's get out of here with a dub, and go ahead and shut them out in the second half, and like challenge them, give them something, a goal to try to achieve, and that's kind of how you keep their attention.
Keys to the second half brought to you by Wings Pizza and Things for UQ.
Keep doing what you're doing defensively.
Art?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to say there other than just keep doing what you're doing. And I'm looking forward to the second half too, because really, if you're one of those backup guys that you've been working out in practice and running scout team and this and that, here's an opportunity for you to maybe you're getting a little excited. You see that we've been there. We've all been on that spot on the side where you can see that there's an opportunity here to get maybe a number of snaps with the game. So a lot of opportunities for this second half for the Wildcats to come out if they have a good solid third quarter here, get off to a good start, keep that same intensity rolling forward to get to take a look at some other stuff that they want to see.
Absolutely. Keys to the second half brought to you by Wings Pizza and Things as we get ready for the First United Bank and Trust third quarter. Cats already on the field, ready to kick this one off with Wagman from Sports World.
I'll tell you right now, shout out to Wings Pizza and Things, Texas Tie. We had some of those in the booth this morning, or not this morning, but before the game. Had some Texas Tie boneless wings.
That was a Freudian slip by Q, who feels like it's been a very long day after a halftime
man
on the sidelines with that wind and rain.
I know. I'm dreading. I'm slow playing, getting down there.
Here comes the Sports World kickoff to start this third quarter, 34-0 in favor of the Temple Wildcats over the Bryan Vikings, and the Wildcats will be kicking right to left in the blue jersey, white numerals, blue helmet tonight, and the blue front, white back pants. And this one's going to sail through the back of the end zone for another touchback for Wagaman. That's his fourth one of the night that he has just put his foot into it. Now, look, you can say that's wind aided a little bit, but not when you're talking about Wagaman. He does that on a regular basis anyway.
Yeah, he's a weapon, and that's why I asked Coach Stewart about him, because in a game like this, you want a guy with a solid kicking game. And I know he missed a field goal earlier, but that was something that was fighting the wind, and he still really got close on it. So, again, I have a lot of trust in him in a game like this with this very tough and very windy night.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Vikings, wearing the white jersey, blue numerals, blue sleeves, blue pants, and the navy blue helmet as they go left to right, and a full backfield in the pistol formation with Gooden shotgun formation. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. That's illegal motion for the Bryan Vikings, and so it'll be 1st and 15 instead of 1st and 10. Laundry on the field brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners.
Substitution.
It's an illegal substitution against the Bryan Vikings. So it will be moved back to the 20-yard line, 1st and 15, just underway here in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter.
Well, that Wildcat defense has to be sniffing out and thinking a little bit about a complete shutout for the whole game.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and he'll turn around. Some confusion in the backfield and tripped up immediately, and that is Eric Shorter coming into the backfield and knocking Dwayne Paulhill off his feet for another loss of 6 yards on that play inside the 15 to the 14-yard line.
And it doesn't matter what play you call and what you do back there with any kind of misdirection or counter. When you're getting that kind of penetration by the defensive line, they're just all in your business back there. You can't do anything.
So it's 2nd down and long now coming up for the Vikings. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Once again, a pistol formation for the Vikings, and they run the option near side. This time they pitch it quickly and knocked off his feet as he crosses the 15-yard line. That's Donoso on the stop of Tyson DeVault, and DeVault will lean forward for a couple. So now 3rd down for the Vikings quickly, and 18 yards to go for the 1st down.
And this Wildcat defense, too, the secondary really can just man up on their wide receivers out there, which means they can bring the safeties, they can use all the linebackers, they can put 9 guys in the box.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation, 1 back in the backfield now, and he'll roll to the wide side of the field. That's the far side, trying to throw it to his intended receiver, and that is intended on the hook route for Isaiah Rodriguez. They say he caught it right off the top of the turf. Boy, that was close. It'll only be just a yard past the original line of scrimmage, so it'll be 4th down and 9 coming up for the Bryan Vikings.
Yeah, it looked like it bounced off the turf on the replay. But was the ball tipped?
I don't.
Or was
it had a funny flight to it. Didn't it?
I'm hoping it was tipped, because if not, it was even maybe the worst thrown ball I've ever seen.
So now dropping back to punt is going to be Nico Bullhoff, and back at his own 40-yard line is going to be Taylor, and he'll have a high wobbly kick, and he reaches up and points to everybody to get away from it as it will roll inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. A 32-yard punt, no return, and that's where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10 with 9:55 to go in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter, leading 34-0. Cats on their first drive of the second half.
Well, we talked about coming back this second half, and one of the keys is just keep doing what you've been doing. Well, the defense just did that. I mean, they couldn't have had a better showing to start the third quarter.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Cats go right to left in the blue and white. Snap back to Arizmendi. Hand off to Samari Howard. Breaks the line of scrimmage, makes a move, gets to midfield, and knocked off his feet there by the linebacker that time as he came across and made the play. That is Walker, but not before he picks up good yardage. 6 yards on the carry. 2nd down and 4 coming up for the Wildcats. Split receiver to the near side, 2 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Arizmendi, and Howard to his right. Long snap count. Now he'll get it. Hand off to Howard again. He pauses. And now it's, flipped out. Nice fake that time by Howard. Had me completely fooled. I thought he had the football, but they get it out to Harrison Pilot on the far side for a 1-yard gain, just trying to run that tunnel screen, but read good that time on the far side by Collins, and it'll be 3rd down and 1 coming up for the Cats.
Been a little quiet night so far for Pilot. He's the sophomore, already comes in with 175 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns.
2 receivers on the near side, 1 to the far side. This time Howard does get the carry. Leans inside the 45 and weaves his way to about the 44-yard line, and it'll be a pickup of 4, and there's a Las Vegas Jewelers 1st down for the Cats.
And another punishing attack by the Wildcat offensive line, just pushing the way they started out the game in the beginning, pushing that Viking defense back.
2 receivers far side, 1 on the near side, wanting to go deep on the near side. Wide open is Samari Howard, catches at the 20, 15, 10, weaves his way, 5, touchdown Wildcats. 43 yards for the pitch and catch, and the Cats extend the lead 40-0 with your PAT up and coming. A nice job by Howard slipping out of the backfield, just goes right up the seam and makes it an easy pitch and catch, weaves his way for pay dirt. Brought to you by Smile at the World Orthodontics, Dr. Josh Knowles. And now he'll go in to hold the PAT from Clem McKeska's Barbecue off the foot of Wagaman. Howard waits the snap. It's down. Kick is up. And it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Temple 41, Bryan 0. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Everything in our world is connected. At Grande, we continue to invest millions in our fiber-rich network so you can have the most reliable connections when you need them most. These connections inspire our greatest passions in life. And as you follow your dreams, we're here for you every step of the way, 24/7, with our award-winning customer service. Until one day, you become...
Robert or Joseph Gonzalez. Once again, a wallet's been found. Robert or Joseph Gonzalez. Participants, please see the elevator operator at the bottom under the north step. Please go to the elevator operator at the bottom of the north step.
Welcome back to Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. Sports World brings you the kickoff off the foot of Wagaman. The wind keeps blowing it off, so they'll send a cat in there to hold the kickoff, and that is going to be Hextall, as he will hold for Wagaman on the Sports World kickoff. Wildcat football presented by Baylor Scott and White, Brody Bowden Joint Institute. Cats kick from right to left, leading now 41-0, and this is another deep football that will bounce into the back of the end zone and out of the back of the end zone toward the Wildcat band, and so the Vikings will start at the 25 again. Let's get your McGuire Tire scoring summary with Steven Simcox.
It was 3 plays that covered 56 yards. Arizmendi to Howard on a 43-yard touchdown pass. Took a minute 21 off the clock and made your score Temple 41, Bryan nothing in the third quarter, Ward.
Thank you very much. 8:34 to go here in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter. 41-0 in favor of the Cats, and a little late arrival for the Cats on defense, but now they got enough on the four-man front. And a snap back to Gooden. They'll run the sweep to the near side, and pausing and getting some positive yardage on the near side. That time the carry made by a new back into the game, and that's Swearinger.
Well, Marshall Graves, the junior linebacker for the Cats, just fought through his block to keep string, and you see that time and time again with this Wildcat defense. You'll think, well, man, that's a good pitch. That Viking running back's going to make his way around there, and then the Cats just keep stringing it out until it ends up not being the game that you thought it was going to be.
Second down and 6. Two receivers to the far side, one on the near side, and Gooden keeping it again, working on the pitch, and gets it to Swearinger. Swearinger knocked out of bounds by a couple of Cats that time. First one there was Jaden Jackson. It'll be close to the yardage needed. I think he'll get it right at the 35, depending on the spot. They will give him the 35, so a 5-yard carry makes it 1st and 10 for the Bryan Vikings.
That's one of those that in film studied on tomorrow, all your teammates will give you a lot of props for getting that big hit on the sideline.
Q on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Ball on the right hash. Split receiver to the near side, one to the far side. Now Malcolm Gooden goes underneath center with one back in the backfield. That's Swearinger, and he's in a pistol. Turn and hand the ball off to him again on the right side. This time he weaves his way, but he's dropped down that time by the Cats. And coming up and making the play that time for the Wildcats, Jaden Jackson creeping up to the line of scrimmage. Only a 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Vikings.
Well, and here's some math for you, Simcox and Q and Coach Rohart Ward, is that, you're already 7 minutes into the third quarter. Bryan can't really score enough. Wildcats would almost have to score for them to get back into this game and to have any chance of winning it.
Split receiver to the near side, one to the far side. Shotgun pistol formation. This time he'll turn and keep it himself, trying to get to the edge, and he's out of the hands of a tackle, and now he'll go to the far sidelines. There's Laundry on the field and back at the 35-yard line. I think that's going to be a hold against the Vikings. Almost had him in the backfield, but he was able to escape that tackle and get to the far sidelines. Picked up enough for the first down by about a yard, about an 8-yard carry. Let's see what the call is from the official.
Personal foul.
The one that dropped it. Oh, it's a face mask against the
It's a 15-yard penalty from the end of the run.
Well, and the point I was making earlier is the fact that they just don't have a passing game.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm really saying, is that they're working hard.
They're very limited.
That's right. I mean, their young men are out there fighting and battling and playing this game to its fullest. But when you don't have a passing game and you're down 41-0, and every time you run the ball, it's keeping the clock going, it's just the clock's going to beat you,
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side, one back in the backfield with Gooden now in 1st and 10 inside the 40. He'll turn and hand it off, and on the right side, breaking tackles, stepping out of tackles, gets inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. On the carry, DeVault, and coming up and making the tackle that time was Graves, and it'll be another 11-yard carry and another first down for the Vikings of Bryan. So 1st and 10 inside the 30 at the 29-yard line. Ball sitting on the left hash. Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. And shotgun formation for Gooden. DeVault will be to his left. He'll take the snap, 3-step drop, looking downfield, has a receiver, and it's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Well, I couldn't tell who got a paw up there. Q, did you see?
I couldn't tell. I want to say it was shorter. Yeah, it was shorter. The thing about it is these guys will claim it when they do it. And he was letting everybody know, hey, I know you didn't see me, but it was me.
Shorter on the block as he knocked the ball down. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Vikings.
He's a lot of fun to watch too, man. You want to talk about a defensive leader. There's one right there.
Split receiver to the near side, one to the far side. And now Gooden back underneath center. DeVault will be behind him in an I formation. He'll roll to the near side of the field, looking downfield, has a receiver clearing at the 10-yard line and overshoots him that time. Intended for the wide out coming out of that slot position, the
personal foul,
backup quarterback Nico Buloff, and that's going to be Laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners. Personal foul against the Temple Wildcats. And so that will move them inside the 20-yard line.
A couple sloppy penalties here on the Wildcats in this drive. And on that last play, first of all, kudos to the offensive coordinator for Bryan, because Gooden is the kind of quarterback and the kind of threat that roll him out more, give him that option. The other thing on that play is that the receiver was open.
Yeah.
It was a bad pass.
Yep.
He had beat, was it Keon Williams? Who was our cornerback covering him there? Q, did you see?
No, 23.
Okay.
Split receiver to the near side, one to the far side. And underneath center is good, and he'll hand it off and hit at the line of scrimmage and dropped immediately. Was DeVault, and coming up Torres to make the stop for the Wildcats. It'll be second down and about 7, make it 8 after the 2-yard gain.
Yeah, if you'll notice, some of the secondary guys are already getting switched out, getting a little burn to the younger guys. 23 is out here on the near side.
Split receiver to the near side, one to the far side. Underneath center is Gooden again. And DeVault will be behind him, and DeVault will get the call on the right side, and he has stood up in the backfield and slung down to the ground by that Wildcat defense. And their first for the Wildcats was Taylor, yes.
That's like the third time Taylor's got it in the backfield tonight and met the ball carrier as soon as he immediately got the ball. It was almost like Taylor was the guy taking the handoff. I mean, he's really, and I know Art, you pointed it out earlier in the game, really got some good penetration in that Bryan backfield.
It'll be third down and 10 for the Vikings as they'll give him forward progress, but he was actually taken to the turf outside the 20-yard line by Torres. But forward progress makes it third down at 10.
65 times Bryan and Temple has played, going back to 1932.
Snap back to Gooden, 3-step drop, looking for the end zone, and it is knocked down by the Wildcats. Almost an interception by the Wildcats, and very upset with not being able to come down with it that time was the linebacker, that was the safety that time for the Wildcats. And so now it'll be fourth down, and they're going to attempt a field goal of 32 yards. So coming in to kick is going to be Bullhoff again, I believe. As snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is curving, no good, off to the left, and the Cats defense keeps the shutout intact, and they'll take over on downs.
Wow, that wind was blowing that ball almost up to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Jeez.
So it'll be first and 10 for the Cats as the defense holds on to the goose egg with 3:59 to go in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter, leading 41-0. And the Cats see if they can do something on offense on their third possession here in the second half. Here comes the offense out, and let's see if Arizmendi makes his way back out. He does. And a new back into the ball game. I believe that's going to be Robinson. It is.
Yep.
Two receivers on the near side, one to the far side. Snap back, fake to Robinson, looking downfield, still looking. Lets it go as he's hit in the back, and it's a long pass to A.J. McDuffie, and he makes the catch at the 37-yard line. A big play that time as he laid it up as immediately as he got hit in the back. A perfect pass to A.J. McDuffie, and he fought his way through two Vikings to come down with that catch. 44 yards and a Las Vegas Jewelers first down.
That's a grown man catch right there. I mean, that's a grown man catch. He went up and big-handed it.
Well, they need to show that again on the screen for the fans here, because that was an amazing catch, Q. I agree, and even what was showing a little bit of arm strength by Arizmendi there too, because he had a defender hit him right about the time he released it, and still it took a little bit off the pass, and so A.J. McDuffie just made the best adjustment, better than the defender, to come back and catch that ball at its highest point. If he doesn't get hit, Arizmendi, Q, I think that the ball carries that and hits A.J. McDuffie on the run for 6 points. But getting hit took a little bit off of it. Really a great catch by A.J. McDuffie.
And one of the Bryan Vikings was down. That's Kenny Collins being helped off. In fact, he's walking off on his own power on the far sideline. So the Cats will have the Las Vegas Jewelers first down, first and 10 at the 36-yard line of the Vikings, leading 41-0 with 3:26 to go here in the First United Bank and Trust third quarter.
Well, A.J. McDuffie is we talked about Samari Howard being the number one scorer. McDuffie's number 2.
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side, one back in the backfield. That's Robinson. He'll get the handoff, weaves his way right up the middle, carrying some white jerseys with him inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. Good tough running that time by Robinson, and Nick Carraway, all he could do was just hang on and take a ride that time.
Yeah, the last 4 yards of that run right there was weight room.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield. And Arizmendi takes it, and this time he'll hand it off to Robinson again. Tries to bounce to the edge, does get it, and pushed out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Maybe they're going to mark him short at the 26, and that'll depend on the spot if he's got enough for the first down or not. The officials looking at it, and the coaches of Bryan pleading with him not to give it to him. But I don't know that it's going to work. I think he's got it by the nose of the football. We'll see. There's still a conversation with the side judge and the coach. They haven't spotted the ball down yet, nor have they moved the chains. Chain gang wants to move, but the officials haven't done anything with it yet. Now the umpire's asking him, hey, can I put the ball down? And he says yes. And it is a Las Vegas Jewelers first down.
And Ward Thomas McVade, senior running back, is checked in now. He's in the backfield with Arizmendi.
Thank you. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and McVade will get the handoff working on the right side, cuts it up in the seam, and lowers his shoulder, breaking tackles and pushing the pile down to the 20-yard line. A pickup of right at 6 yards, and it'll be 2nd down and 4 coming up for the Wildcats.
We're gonna call that the State Farm Insurance red zone right there.
It's not going to be there long.
Well, we're going to get it while it is there.
Holding against the Wildcats, so that's going to push
penalty.
it back.
First down.
That is a spot foul. I believe it dropped right at the line of scrimmage, and so that'll make it 1st and 20. Boy, they just barely had it in there, and now they get it moved back, so they'll get 2 shots at the red zone.
Mitchell and Tyler will get another call then. They'll like this. This penalty will work out well for them on their advertising dollars.
They'll mark it at the 36, so it'll be 2nd down and 1st and 20. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Ball on the right hash for the Cats. Snap back, and this time a keeper from Pilot. Pilot weaving his way, gets inside the 30 and falls off his feet. I believe Turf Monster got the better part of him there at the 29-yard line, so he'll get part of that real estate back and make it 2nd and more manageable for the Cats.
Well, and it always throws that defense off when you see your starting quarterback slide out to wide receiver, and now Arizmendi is on the sidelines. But you know, there's just there's a lot of confusion over that.
Yeah, and it's good for Temple to continue to put that on film and make opposing teams have to work on that.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield with Pilot at quarterback. He'll call for the snap, 3-step drop, looking downfield. He'll heave it to the end zone, has a receiver and out of the reach of the intended receiver on the far side by about a foot that time. And trying to get it to the wide out is, I believe, that was Jonah Walker, excuse me. And Walker just not enough to get there, and it'll be 3rd down and 13 for the Cats. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Pilot. He'll take the snap, and this time he's going to keep it around the left side. Weaves his way down inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. They'll mark him a little bit short at the 20-yard line. Not a very good spot that time, but it'll be 4th down and 4 coming up for the Cats. And they'll keep the offense out there.
And this is what's so good about having this situation where you can get other people in to experience some plays and get some snaps and work on those other parts of your game.
Pilot with a free play. He'll throw it to the end zone on the near side, and the whistles blow. That means it's going to go against the Cats. Looked like the defense jumped off sides, but obviously they were drawn off sides. Coach Stewart may not agree with that, but that's going to be the call, or they wouldn't have blown the whistle unless they made contact. Now, I'm not sure.
I think it's offsides. Yep.
It is going to be offside. So the defense
Offside,
made contact, and that's why the play was
37.
dead.
It's a 5-yard
and
penalty.
That'll give them
Results in a
the
first
Las
down.
Vegas Jewelers first down.
Yep, and we are back in the red zone. State Farm Insurance, Mitchell Davis, Tyler Germstead. You guys, that penalty did work out for State Farm Insurance very well.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 on the near side. Pilot stays in his shotgun formation at quarterback from the 15-yard line. Snap back to Pilot, looking as a receiver on the far side. Overthrows him, didn't have a chance that time to get it to his intended receiver, Walker, and it'll be 2nd down and 10 coming up.
Well, and Pilot has an incredibly strong arm. I mean, he can throw the ball. If we take these 2 passes on this series, one, he went deep into the end zone to Jonah Walker a couple plays ago and really didn't put enough air onto the ball.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side, and Pilot will take the snap, hand to McVade. McVade trying the right side, and not a whole lot there. Get about a yard. It'll be 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Cats. Coming up and making the stop at that time, Jalen Morris.
going back to Pilot throwing the ball a couple times, he threw those passes, Art, and Coach Stewart looked at him and just said, hey, just follow through, and that's some of the mechanics that you had talked about earlier in the year. He's still working on those.
Bryce Langham in it running back now. Pilot will take the shotgun snap, and this time he gives it to him. Langham inside the 10, lowers his shoulder, and can't get inside the 8. He'll be stopped right about there. So it'll be 4th down and 3 coming up for the Wildcats. And the Cats players want to go for it.
Well,
and I'm not sure. Are they bringing the
kicking.
first unit, or are they bringing Wagaman?
They're kicking Wagaman.
There's Wagaman. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And that's going to be the end of the First United Bank and Trust third quarter. So they'll flip around and kick the field goal into the wind. Your score at the end of 3, Temple 41, Bryan nothing. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Hey fans, this year Johnson Brothers Ford is celebrating 38 years of serving Central Texas and another great season sponsoring the Temple High School Wildcats. We love watching that blue front, white back magic on the field, and we're proud to join our community as we cheer on the Cats together. Good luck to all the players, coaches, parents, and fans. Let's make it happen in 2020.
Johnson Brothers, making it happen. Go Cats!
Attempting a 25-yard field goal is Aaron Wagaman.
Fox Sports Central Texas, Wagaman in for the 25-yard field goal. Snap back, hold down, kick is up, and it is good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium, Wildcats 44, Bryan nothing. Wildcat football continues in 30 seconds on Fox Sports Central Texas.
Heating and air conditioning. We all expect it to work. When it doesn't, don't call any heating and AC company. Call Temple Heat and Air, your full-service AC and heating company. 254-771-1012. Locally owned and operated since 2001, you'll see the difference in their personalized, safe, and friendly service. As an American Standard and Lennox dealer, you'll get the right parts and service for the right system. Get same-day service and no surprises, plus great financing and discounts. When your system isn't working, call Temple Heat and Air, 254-771-1012.
To Wildcat football, presented by Baylor Scott and White, Roney Bone and Joint Institute. Ward White's Art Coley, Alan Rorick, and your boy Q along with you. We'll get that summary from McGuire Tires on the Wildcat score after this Sports World kickoff. And before the kickoff, Coach Rorick, you were the MC for the homecoming festivities, homecoming king and queen for 2020 for the Wildcats.
King, your homecoming king is Luke Allen, and your homecoming queen, Talia Johnson.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to those young people. All right, Wagaman with the Sports World kickoff now going into that win to see what they do with this, and they're going to take advantage of that. Can kick it high into the far sidelines, and it's caught at the 39-yard line. They're going to get catch interference as well as laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners, so that'll give them a little better field position, and we'll get the final mark off after this scoring summary, brought to you by McGuire Tires from Steven Simcox.
It was an 8-play drive. It covered 62 yards. Wagaman capped it off with a 28-yard field goal, and it took 4:10 off the clock.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, kicking team number 15.
All right, thank you very much. Steven Simcox back in the Fox Sports studios. Don't forget tonight, later on, over on ESPN Central Texas, it's the High School Scoreboard Show with Steven Simcox and Garrett Ross. It is a personal foul, a late hit against the Wildcats, not catch interference, and so that'll move it into Wildcat territory. 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line for the Bryan Vikings. 44-0 your score, 11:54 to go here in this ball game. 4th quarter brought to you by Texas Home Health Hospice. Snap back to Gooden, looking downfield, has a receiver clearing across the front, and he overthrows him by about 15 yards that time. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Had a slant route there, Q, that the quarterback was trying to throw a post.
Right. The quarterback was going post, the wide receiver was going slant, and the wide receiver looked back at the quarterback and said, put his arms up and said, what was that? So clearly miscommunication between the two. And that happens when you're down 44-0.
Yeah, they're trying to put Gooden. They're taking him and just doing drop back passes. He's not a pocket passer. I think he was going to be a lot more comfortable rolling out and having the option to run or pass.
2nd down and 10 for the Vikings. This time they try the button hook pass, and it is underthrown, and trying to get that to the inside receiver, Nico Bullhoff, and it's incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 10 for the Vikings.
And that's not uncommon in high school, especially at the high school level, to where some quarterbacks are terrible pocket passers. But if you put them rolling out, where the wheels are turning, it can be it's almost like Jekyll and Hyde.
Right. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Gooden shotgun formation on 3rd down and 10. He'll take it, 2-step drop, looking down for the button hook on the far side. This time it's complete right at the 40-yard line, but it's covered up by the Cats very well. And in on the stop that time for the Cats, I believe. Yeah, that was coming across and making the play, York. And it will be 3rd down and 6 after the 4-yard gain that time by the Vikings.
Well, the Cats look like they're leaving a number of their starters in. I'm seeing it feels like York staying in there, Cody Little's in there, Torres. So they might be just trying to keep that 0 on the scoreboard and get one in the books.
2 to the far side, 1 to the near side. Running the option to the near side, and Gooden uses a stiff arm and gets down inside the 35, and then he's going to be pulled backwards by a host of blue jerseys in their first graze. And it'll be enough on the carry of 7 yards for the 1st down at the 33-yard line of the Cats.
Tell you what, any yards he picks up or any yardage Bryan's picking up, they're having to earn it, because every single time there's a host of Wildcats there to lower the boom on them.
Ball sits on the left hash. Bryan in the white jersey, navy pants, navy helmet, going right to left. 44-0 in favor of the Cats. Shotgun formation for Gooden. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. 3-step drop this time, looking across the middle, and it's almost intercepted. Was right in the hands that time of York, and he couldn't come up with it.
That was Jaden Jackson that almost intercepted.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Q.
He had his hands on it. Defensive man's dream. And usually, like most defensive men, it ended up on the ground.
That's why he's playing defense, right?
Exactly.
2nd down and 10 coming up for the Cats. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. And Gooden in shotgun formation. DeVault will be to his right. Long snap count. Now he'll get it to run the option to the far side. Pitch it to DeVault. Has a little bit of crease, but it closes quickly. And in on the stop that time for the Wildcats, I believe that was Grays closing quickly and making the stop. And it'll be a gain of about, they'll give him, looks like they're going to give him 5 on the carry to the 28-yard line. So 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Vikings of Bryan. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for Gooden. Cats with a 4-man front, and he'll keep it this time right up the middle. Fights his way inside the 25-yard line, and it's going to be short of the yardage needed for the 1st down. So do you send the field goal out there and try to get the goose egg off the board, Art?
Nope. I'll answer that for you. Nope.
All right.
You don't do that, bro.
Well, especially, it is 4th and 1 too. I mean, this is close enough that you just got to give it a shot to push that 1-yard line and pick up that 1st down.
4th and 1, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Gooden in shotgun formation. I don't expect it to leave his hands at all. And he does pitch it to DeVault. DeVault cuts it inside, down to the 10, down to the 5. Touchdown Vikings. A quick pitch that time by Gooden, and DeVault just found that crease and took it to the end zone for the score of 25 yards, and the Vikings are on the board 44-6.
Well, it was a nice play by Gooden. He read that perfectly. He pitched it at just the optimal second, but he also paid for it. He took a big hit.
Yeah,
he's looks. Hopefully, that's just the wind being
big
knocked
win,
out of
yeah.
it. But he did what he was supposed to do, and he took the hit like he needed to.
Bullhoff in for the PAT. Snap back, hold down, and almost blocked, but it is up and good. Your new score from Wildcat Stadium: Temple 44, Bryan 7. Wildcat football continues in 1 minute on Fox Sports Central Texas. Texas Home Health has proudly Wildcat football here on Fox Sports Central Texas. The Vikings get on the board 44-7, 9:09 to go in the Texas Home Health Hospice fourth quarter. Wildcat football brought to you by Baylor Scott & White, Benoni Bone and Joint Institute, Northwest Park Coley, Alan Rourke in the booth, Q on the sideline. Deep kickoff is going to come down and back him up all the way in the end zone, out to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Still has some room. Now Walker's going to take it to the far side of the field, to the 25, to the 30. Trying to get to the edge, does so, and now pushed back into the boundary, and he'll get knocked out of bounds. They'll mark him at the 37-yard line. A return of 37 yards by the Wildcats, but he ran 137 to get that 37 yards.
Man, I was just about to say the same thing. You can tell that he's fresh in the game, right? He's got all the energy in the world. He went 137 to get 37, but he did it in good style. He had a lot of speed, man, and he's a weapon that they missed earlier. Jonah Walker was open earlier, and Ares Mendez just overthrew him. He's got wheels, man. He can get down the field quick.
Here come the Cats, 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line, now going left to right with that wind in their face. Pilot in at quarterback with an empty backfield. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side, He'll put a man in motion across the formation. He'll fake the handoff and keep it himself. Pilot trying to get the edge, steps out of a tackle. No, he's tripped up at the 40-yard line. A pickup of 3, 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Wildcats. A nice open field tackle that time by the Vikings. And coming up and making the play that time was Dwayne Paulhill. And one of the Vikings down at the 35-yard line, and it's just cramps for him. So they'll attend to him. And right now, if you're the Wildcat offense, Art and Q and Coach Rourke, you just want to be sound, move the sticks, take your time, not try to get too cute. You don't want to open up the playbook too much and put anything else on film that you don't have to. But you want to see some positive movement from this offense with some of the backups in there, right?
Absolutely. This is where you just taking control. You're already in control of the game on the scoreboard, but finishing it in control is what the Wildcats want to do here, wrapping up this fourth quarter. I don't know, Q, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And Coach Stewart tells me all the time that it doesn't matter who's in there. It doesn't matter if you're a starter, you're a backup, whatever. You're held to the same standard. So you need to go in there, you need to execute, you need to know what you're supposed to be doing. And so they're going to coach these guys up as tensely as if the game was 7-14 instead of 44-7. You know what I mean? They're going to definitely get after these guys, and they're going to be expected to hold up their end of the bargain. So there can't be no drop-off right now. And this is really what Coach Stewart really likes to pay attention to, one of our talking points that we'll have after the game.
2nd down and 7. You don't see many of those out on the golf course, do you, Coach?
2nd and 7?
No, the double leg cramps.
No, not often.
Well, probably neither. Probably neither one. You don't probably
don't see 2nd and 7 either.
Yeah. Coach, what is happening with the golf team? How's the golf team doing?
Well, the golf team's looking really good. I've got a junior on the team that's a special player. Our last tournament was a 2-day tournament, and this is Daniel Moon, who's being looked at by quite a few Division I colleges. He won the tournament by 5 shots, shooting 7 under for 2 days.
Wow. Not bad.
It's a day at the golf course for me.
So you're saying he is playing very well despite his coaching?
Exactly.
Nice.
Or, also the double leg cramps.
Well, you know, in golf, there's a thing called a handicap.
Right.
I'm his handicap.
2nd down and 7 as we get back to play, and it was cramps for the young man from Bryan. He is often good. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Pilot empty backfield. He'll take the snap, and this time he'll hand the ball on the end around, and there's all kinds of trouble in the backfield and not going very far at all. In fact, losing yards is Langrum. And that kind of looked awkward on the handoff there, guys. I don't think Pilot wanted to give it to him, and Langrum was not going to be denied of getting a carry.
You know, that's the second time that's happened. It's the second time that Pilots wanted to hold on to it, and the running back said, no, not so much.
3rd down and 11 now for the Cats. Empty backfield again. 2 receivers near side, 2 to the far side. Snap back to Pilot. 2-step drop, looking downfield, and he'll throw it across the middle, incomplete. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver right at midfield. That would have been enough to pick up the 1st down, but a little bit too much mustard on that one, and that was a bullet. Kobe Smith could not pull it in. So that'll bring Wagaman back in to punt the ball away with 7:53 to go in the Texas Home Health Hospice fourth quarter. 44-7 your score. Cats with the lead on the verge of going 2-0 in District 12 6A.
Well, Q and Ward, I'm gonna brag on Coach Rourke because I know he's not going to do it, but man, the things he's doing with the Temple Golf program are amazing. He's pushed that down. He's got middle school kids getting involved. He's brought in clubs, new clubs, sponsorships, getting them in more tournaments, programs. He made an arrangement to where our kids could play, the Wildcat golfers could play golf year-round out at Salmon's Golf Course.
Nice.
No charge or anything like that. I mean, he's doing things to really get the Temple Golf program back up at the place where it was. It's been a few years, hasn't it, Alan, since our program has been at the level that we want it to be at.
It's been a little while, but we're doing everything we can to try to get it back to the glory days.
Wildcat
Good job,
golf.
Alan. Good job, Coach.
Keep up with it on Wildcat Nation.
There's no such thing.
44-7 your score.
Oh, but there is.
Well, see, I said good thing, Coach, and then you took it too far. Took it a step too far, brother. We'll have to talk about that later. Shout out to all the Wildcat fans, though. I love them.
There's only one nation in Q's eyes.
That's right.
Wagaman back to punt. As he'll roll with it and now do the rugby style to the far side of the field. And it will be returned on a three-hopper by the deep back. And on the return that time for the Vikings was Jack Blackburn. 33 yards on the punt and 6 yards on the return. And that's where Bryan will take over 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
That was a heck of a punt. I like how he rolled out and he comes to the sideline jogging off saying, it was open. I could have probably ran it, but
he might have gotten in trouble for that.
I was about to say, I think it was a good decision that he did.
That was senior wisdom.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Here comes the Vikings on 1st and 10, and now a new quarterback into the ballgame. They'll try the option. Not much there. Grays comes up with the final stop for the Temple Wildcats, and that is the backup quarterback, Nico Bullhoff, on the carry. He'll pick up a couple. It'll be 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Vikings.
Picking up 3 yards.
Nice crowd here tonight for the homecoming 2020 festivities for the Cats.
Looks like maybe the wind's let up a little bit out there.
Yeah, does it?
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation for
Who
Bullhall.
verified that?
Snap back, he'll roll to the wide side of the field. Now he'll throw it on the run and has a receiver complete on the far side. And the ball comes out. Did they call him down? And the flags are flying all over the field. Bullhoff with the completion. And on the far side, on the tackle that time was Peoples. And they may have got him for around the neck tackle or horse collar or something.
And that's what I think they're going to call. I think they're going to call a personal foul, but it looked like from here that he got him high on the shoulder.
Offensive pass interference.
I thought so too.
Number 18. It's a 15-yard penalty. 2nd down.
There you go. That may be why Peoples was mad enough to grab him around the neck. So now that's going to push him back behind the chains, and it will make it 2nd down and long for the Vikings. Is they're going to put it down at the 27-yard line, 28-yard line actually.
Well, basically the receiver just 15 yards down the field just ran in and just blocked Peoples, blocked him down. Certainly you get a flag called on that.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Bullhoff in shotgun. Now they'll just run that quick sweep to the near side, and he is immediately hit by Grays, and then coming in and finishing the job was Shorter for the Wildcats. It'll be 3rd down and about 25 yards to go. Make it 28 yards to go for the Vikings. Or was that pass on 1st down? They've got the down marker still at 2nd. So I guess it was. Excuse me. 2nd down and 21 now to go. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. I do like the new digital down box. Bullhoff rolls to the wide side of the field, looking downfield. Now he'll throw one deep downfield, and that one was almost intercepted on the far side coming up with the defensive play for the Cats, Carlton Mack, and actually knocked that to the turf. Looked like he had a chance to intercept that, Q.
It did. It looked like it, but he actually was able to get his body around. He looked like he was out of position at first, but was able to turn around in time. The ball stayed in the air a little bit longer than I think the quarterback wanted to, but give Mack a lot of credit for being able just to get turned around and knock the ball down.
So now the down box says 4th down, so I was right. It was 3rd down.
You were right.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Let's see what happens after this.
according to the down box, you are right.
The scoreboard says 3rd down.
Yeah, no, I did.
Now it says 4th down.
Okay. I thought that was 2nd down when they got the penalty, but they never moved the down box on that last play. Now it says 4th and 21, and I have no idea, except they're going to call the timeout, let the play clock run down as much as they can before they punt this back to the Wildcats. So they'll take the timeout. No, they're just going to take the delay of game. Yes, they're going to take the delay of game and move this back. So I guess they just keep the timeouts in their pocket. And now we're going to have a conference from the officials. I'm really not sure what this is. The coaches were standing right by the line judge like they were going to call the timeout, but the back judge dropped his flag. Johnny's Cleaners, thank you. And so I think they're claiming that they wanted the timeout.
Delay game, offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
It's so confusing.
I'll tell you what, it's way too windy out here to have conferences.
Yeah.
All right. It's way too windy to be having a conference out here. Let's just get this thing done. Dang. That was loud.
It doesn't look windy down there from up here.
Yeah, well, come on down here and hang out with your boy.
2 receivers to the near side and 1 to the far side, and punt formation is Bullhoff again on 4th down and 25. Now they'll bring a personal protector in from that wide receiver spot. Just making sure everybody's covered up, and he'll punt this ball away. End over end kick is going to carry with that wind all the way downfield inside the 5 into the end zone. And now coming out from the 1-yard line is Walker, and that's not going to do him any favors on the film tomorrow. 75 yards on the punt, 3 yards on the return, and the Cats will be banked up 1st and 10 at the 4-yard line. That one probably should have rolled through the back of the end zone.
The whole sideline was screaming, let it go, let it go, let it go. And the one thing that did not happen, he didn't let it go.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's going to be a rough moment in the film room.
It's going to cut into his playing time.
Isn't that a Walt Disney song for Frozen? Let it go.
Now, see, you done totally lost all your cred for the rest of the game.
5:23 to go in the Texas Home Health Hospice 4th quarter. 44-7 in favor of the Cats. And here comes the offense back out on the field. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. New quarterback into the ball game. Snap back and a handoff right up the middle, and not much ground to gain there. On the carry that time for the Cats was Robinson. In at quarterback, I believe that's 19.
Yes,
correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. That's Kim. Xander Kim in at quarterback. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. On 2nd down and 9 for the Cats. Turn around and hand off again. A big hole up the middle, out to the 20, to the 25. Breaking tackles all the way up to the 35-yard line. Robinson almost broke it to the house. A big run that time of 35 yards, and it's a loss to Vika Jewelers 1st down.
Backup offense here coming in, making a showing, moving that ball up, and now even maybe a little bit of tempo, or at least they may be wanting to go tempo, but we'll see when they get the play signaled in from the sidelines.
Ball marked at the 35-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Cats, 4:27 and counting, 44-7 in favor of the Cats.
Well, that's what happened on that last play. The sideline was trying to tell them to wait for the play clock, and they went, and then the play was big, and they were like, oh, never mind, go.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Handoff up the middle again. Another big hole for Robinson, right up the middle, across midfield, down to the 48-yard line. A pickup of 16 yards and a loss to Vika Jewelers 1st down.
Well, I know, I can tell you one person that's real happy about this. Was that Jonah Walker on the return?
Yes.
Was it? Yeah, he's very happy about the way this drive is moving.
So 1st and 10 for the Cats, thanks to Las Vegas Jewelers, bringing you the first down. They'll send 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. And once again, Kim in at quarterback. And the coaching staff now taking their time getting the play in, using just about all the play clock, down to 10 seconds. And Kim will take the snap. Hand to Robinson again, working on the right side. Has a little bit of a crease. Gets to the 40, bounces out. Excuse me. That's not Kim on the carry.
McVade.
That's McVade on the carry, and he kind of got lost in the shuffle there in a sea of white jerseys and went back after he already had the first down inside the 40, but it's still a gain of 9. It'll be 2nd down and 1 coming up for the Cats.
McVay just kept his legs moving, and when the defense turned him around, he happened to be facing the other direction, and his legs were still moving. He couldn't help himself.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Under 3 minutes to go in this one. 44-7, Cats have the lead. Kim in at quarterback. McVade to his left. He'll take the snap and hand to Thomas. Thomas gets enough for the first down, I believe, on the spot. I think he got the 39-yard line. Maybe the 38. It may be just a little bit short. Laundry on the field, brought to you by Johnny's Cleaners.
Well, the Wildcats will be at Killeen next Thursday
against
Harper Heights.
Number 51. 10-yard penalty.
Thursday night ball game.
2nd down.
It's 7 p.m. I think it's 7 p.m. kickoff. We'll be on air at 6:30.
Anything can happen on a Thursday night at Leo Buckley, right?
Yeah, like rain.
Ball moved back to the 50-yard line, so it'll be 2nd down and 12 for the Cats. They'll stay with the same formation. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Cats in the blue and white, going left to right. And now back in at running back is Langram. And this time Langram gets his side steps 1 tackle, trying to get all the way to the edge, and does. Breaks a tackle, cuts it back at the 40, to the 35, inside the 30, to the 28-yard line. A gain that time of 17 yards, and he'll move the sticks for a Las Vegas Jewelers first down.
You want to talk about some real good vision right there from Bryce Langram, man. This guy came all the way to the outside, hit the sideline, cut it back. Man, across the field. That was nice running right there.
Here on the sidelines, brought to you by Texas Tour Gear. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side.
Well, 2 things I'm seeing with all these Wildcat running backs: they protect the ball and hold it, and they keep their legs moving. They just don't stop. They keep going.
Kim in at quarterback, and he'll take the snap and hand it off to Langram again. A big hole up the middle, still on his feet. Breaking tackle, spins his way inside the 20 to the 18-yard line. 11 yards on the carry on the right side, and it's another Las Vegas Jewelers first down. And the Cats are now knocking on the door again.
Yes, they sure are, and they've just entered the State Farm Insurance red zone.
There's not been one running back that has not been able to have successful runs throughout this night. I mean, this offensive line, whoever's in there, has done a heck of a job for the Wildcats all night long.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Cats. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation for Kim. And turn around, hand to Langram again. Has a little bit of a hole in the right side. This time it closes a little bit quicker, and he'll only gain about 3 on the carry on the right side. Tanner Allen on the stop that time for the
I mentioned
Vikings, excuse me.
The Wildcats play Harker Heights next Thursday at Leo Buckley. Harker Heights are in a battle right now with Ellison Eagles. It's Harker Heights up 35-34 with 45 seconds to go in that game, and both of those teams looking for their first district win.
Now the Cats will go into Q's favorite formation.
There it is.
Kim will take it and drop a knee at the 20-yard line, and that should do it for the Cats to move to 2-0 in 12-6A as the final seconds melt off the Texas Home Health Hospice 4th quarter clock. Your final score from Wildcat Stadium: Temple 44 and Bryan 7. Stay tuned. The Dynasty Chinese Restaurant post-game show is next on Fox Sports Central Texas.
To the spectators, please do not go onto the field after the game. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the COVID situation, do not stay on the field.
You try to catch him over there again? You try to catch him over there or before? Probably like right there.
9. Right there it is.
Fox Sports Central Texas. This is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant postgame show. Cats get the win 44-7 over the Bryan Vikings here at Wildcat Stadium. Homecoming 2020 in the books for the Cats. More importantly, Q and Art, the Cats are 2-0 in 12-6A.
That's it. I mean, that you're Coach Stewart, I think, has to have the closest thing to his complete game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really recall some, dropping off a cliff like you had last week in the second quarter against Cove, where just about everything that could go wrong did go wrong for that one quarter. But a good complete game tonight for the Cats.
Time now for your post-game coaches interview with Q with Coach Stewart, brought to you by Locker Room Haircuts. Take it away, Q.
Coach, 44-7, you guys get another victory, 2-0 in district play. You're always talking about a complete game. You want to play all 4 quarters, about as close as you can get to it tonight.
We played well, and we played hard the whole game. And what I was proud of is there was not an intensity lax. We've got some stuff to clean up. We made some bonehead stuff in the second half, but just if you play hard, I mean, we talk all the time. If you can correct a lot of mistakes with great effort, and I was very, very proud of that.
I talk about Samari Howard as a leader on the offensive side of the ball and for the team as well, but defensively, Eric Shorter, he's a guy who just shows up all the time.
He's a buzzsaw. He's a buzzsaw. He's one of those kids that sometimes his technique will get away from him, but when it's a cliche, he personifies what I just said. You can make up for mistakes sometimes with great effort, and he's got a high motor. Love him. He loves being a part of all this, and just very proud of him and very proud of that whole unit.
Another thing that you always emphasize is no matter if you're a first stringer, if you're a second stringer, when you get in, your number gets called, you're expected to keep that level of intensity up. And it looked like tonight, for the most part, even the backups were able to do that.
Oh, yeah. I don't care if you're a 4. I mean, if you're going to put on those pants, there's 70 years of tradition with those pants and the people that have fought, bled, sweat, all that kind of stuff. And so the expectation is we play at a certain – and it's not about athletic ability. It's about attitude and effort. Like if somebody's when we put the reserves in, I get it. Sometimes they're not as talented, but that doesn't mean the intensity has to drop. That doesn't mean the mental focus has to drop. I expect everybody on this team to know what to do and know how to do it.
How disappointed was the defense that they gave up that one touchdown?
Well, and it was a misfit.
Right.
And so that's good. Is it good that happens? No, but it is good film.
Right.
Sometimes you pitch a shutout and those guys think they got nothing to work on. There's plenty to work on. The biggest room in the house is room for improvement, and we'll show up tomorrow morning and grind on that.
Well, congratulations on the win, Coach. Again, 2-0 in district play, and we'll be with you next Thursday night in Leo Buckley.
I appreciate it. That's a tough place to play, and we'll need all the Wildcat faithful to come out there and cheer us on. So love you guys for everything you do. Appreciate you more than you know.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Coach. Back to you, Ward.
Thank you. That is Q with Coach Stewart. Post-game interview brought to you by Locker Room Haircuts. This is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant post-game show. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look and see how this one unfolds with Steven Simcox in the highlights of the game as Wildcat football continues right after this on Fox Sports Central Texas. 6-0 with your PAT up and coming.
Temple went for 2, but the conversion failed. But Samari Howard going to the end zone would be a theme on the night. A couple drives later was Arizmendi finding Howard, this time through the air for a 29-yard touchdown pass.
Arizmendi takes a snap, 2-step drop. Now he drops back, and it's a screen to Howard. Has a little bit of room, got some blocks in front of him. Down to the 20, cuts it at the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Wildcats!
Howard's second TD on the night would give Temple a 13-0 lead, and they would get the ball back quickly as Eric Shorter and the Temple defense gave the ball back to the offense.
Gooden in shotgun formation, default to his left. He'll put a man in motion to the far side, and this time they'll just run the quick sweep and gets through. Then the ball's on the ground. The Wildcats have it at the 46-yard line, and coming up with the football that time for the Cats is going to be Eric Shorter.
Temple would take advantage of that turnover quickly, taking a shot on the very next play. It was Arizmendi to Taylor for another passing touchdown.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, 1 back in the backfield with Arizmendi in shotgun formation. He'll take the snap, fake to Howard, looking down the near sidelines, wide open at the 10 is Taylor, caught 5, touchdown Wildcats, 45 yards, and the Cats extend the lead.
That was a 45-yard touchdown pass that made your score Temple 20, Bryan nothing. The Wildcats will get the ball in the Bryan red zone after the Temple defense forced another fumble, and Samari Howard found the end zone again, this time from 1 yard out.
Arizmendi shotgun, Howard to his right. Howard gets the handoff, pauses for a second, now leans forward, trying to get to the goal line. Does he get in?
He's in.
Touchdown, Wildcats. From 1 yard out, the far side official said yes, the near side official said no, and the far side official wins out.
Temple will go up 27-0 after that score, and they would get the ball one more time before halftime and drive down the field again. This time it was Arizmendi hooking up with Luke Allen for another Wildcat score.
Shotgun formation, Arizmendi, 3-step drop, looking downfield, has a receiver, Luke Allen, touchdown, Wildcats. Little button hook in the end zone, and the Cats strike again from 9 yards out and extend the lead 33-0 with your PAT up and coming.
The score would be 34-0 Temple at the break, and they would come out in the second half, and Samari Howard found the end zone one more time. It was another pass play from Arizmendi.
2 receivers far side, 1 on the near side, wanting to go deep on the near side. Wide open is Samari Howard, catches at the 20, 15, 10, weaves his way, 5, touchdown Wildcats. 43 yards for the pitch and catch, and the Cats extend the lead 40-0 with your PAT up and coming.
Howard's 4th touchdown on the night would make it 41-0. Temple would kick a field goal at Aaron Wagaman, 28-yarder, to make it 44-0. Bryan scored a late touchdown to bring your final score to 44-7, but the Cats win and get to 2-0 in district play. In District 12, 6A, the scores elsewhere. Shoemaker took down Killeen last night 45-24. Belton over Copper's Cove 26-14, and Harker Heights wins a thriller against Ellison 35-34. Ellison had a field goal attempt at the buzzer to win that game, but a botched snap did not allow them to get the kick off, so Harker Heights holds on to win that football game. Games around the Temple area. Georgetown defeats Pflugerville Henderson 37-33 tonight. Lorena gets a big win over Cameron Yo 28-20. Troy comes back in the second half to defeat Caldwell 21-6. Rockdale defeats Academy 44-3. Rogers blows out Riesel 59-13, and Salado gets a 47-0 win over Gerald. We'll take a break. When we come back, I'll send it back to Ward Whites, Art Coley, Alan Roark, and your boy Q. They'll wrap things up. Temple again gets the victory. Your final score was 44-7 over Bryan. We'll wrap things up coming up next on Fox Sports Central Texas.
For over 20 consecutive.
All right, guys, 2 minutes here.
By Temple Daily Telegram readers. Experience their quick delivery or contactless curbside pickup. Order off their affordable menu featuring beef, chicken, pork, and seafood. Order online at DynastyChineseRestaurant.com. Open 7 days a week and family owned and operated since 1987. Dynasty Chinese Restaurant, 2501 Airport Road in Temple. Dynasty would like to thank their loyal customers for their support during these uncertain times.
At Texas Tour Gear, not only are they a full retail music store, they also do small
Nice
sound
job,
and lighting
Simi.
rental for birthday parties, weddings, Texas. Worldwide's Art Coley, Alan Roark, and your boy Q here at Wildcat Stadium. This is the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant post-game show. Time now in the post-game show for your Good Hands catch of the game, brought to you by Perbilski Insurance. And Coach Roark, I'm going to start with you this week. Your catch of the game.
My catch of the game was the 44-yard reception that A.J. McDuffie made over the middle, and Q defined it perfectly as a grown man catch. He was taking contact, went up after the ball, and came down with it. It was incredible.
Art, your catch of the game.
I think that is the catch of the game, but a couple other ones. The little dump over to Luke Allen in the end zone was one that stood out to me. But I'm going with Roark on the A.J. McDuffie man catch.
Q, your catch of the game?
Grown man catch.
Grown man catch. Grown man.
Right, if you're going to quote me correct.
I didn't quote you. That was my original.
Oh, I got
yeah,
but
paraphrased.
All right. Well, I'm just going to roll with A.J. McDuffie, period. He had multiple catches tonight that were really, really good jobs. That one over the middle, the grown man catch, of course, that was the grown man catch, so that was amazing and awesome. But early in the game, he had a catch down the sideline, and he kind of dipped in and then dipped back out, and really probably could have took it to the house, but they say he stepped out of bounds. But you can see that he had it going. He was cooking tonight. So I'll just go ahead and say A.J. McDuffie had the good hands, period, tonight.
Good hands of the game go to A.J. McDuffie, thanks to Perbilski Insurance, bringing you the good hands of the game. Time now for your post-game stats, brought to you by the Automatic Chef Canteen. And Coach Roark, the numbers in this one tonight.
Well, there's not much to talk about on the Bryan side of the football. The Wildcats gave up 94 rushing yards and 42 passing yards for a total of 176 yards to the Vikings. So the Wildcat defense played one heck of a ball game. On the offensive side, the Temple Wildcats, number 10, Arizmendi, went 8 for 14 for 243 passing yards and 4 touchdowns, 2 to Samari Howard, 1 to Tredarius Taylor, and another one to Luke Allen. A.J. McDuffie had catches of 44 and 50 yards. Number 8, Samari Howard, had 17 carries for 116 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, and he had 2 receiving touchdowns also. The Wildcats managed 491 yards of offense tonight.
Dang.
Pretty impressive for this Wildcat offense to come out and firing on all cylinders. Took them a little while to get warmed up, Q, but once they got going, you could see the confidence build each and every possession they had the football.
Yeah, really it was the run game. The run game is what really got things going. Samari Howard led the way. That offensive line did a heck of a job. I want to give them a lot of credit. A lot of times when we talk about offensive lines, it's usually something bad. There's been multiple holding penalties or a team's just kind of leaking and allowing another defense to get into the backfield. But that offensive line, Coach Stewart told you before the game that, hey, Bryan wants to dominate up front. They got some big bodies up front. They want to be really strong up front and kind of dominate the line of scrimmage. Well, that wasn't the case tonight. Temple dominated it, so you really got to give that offensive line a lot of credit. And anyone who ran the rock tonight did a good job throughout the game, led by Samari Howard. So you got to, off top, give him a lot of props for what he does from the running back position. But, again, man, just hats off to the offensive line for what they were able to do.
I'm going to have to check with my source, Chris Gonzo-Gonzalez, but I believe that Wagaman now has 270 career points.
All right.
Cats.
How about that?
Is he not the coolest dude in the room?
Yeah, it doesn't faze him, does it?
And
No, that
he
dude,
made
look,
every
there was a point in the
PAT.
game. There was a point in the game, man. He was sitting on the sidelines, and he was sitting on the bench, and he had his legs folded like he was watching a football game on at the house on a recliner or something. Man, he was that's the kicker's life. You know what I mean? A kicker's life. They know, hey, I'm locked in. I know what I'm doing. I'm good to go. So I got it.
They got the life of Riley going.
He went 5 for 5 on PATs and made a 25-yard field goal also.
Well, the Cats really played well, and you talk about that offensive line, Kobe Rice, Kay Lynn, Matthew Fry, Alan Camacho, and Alex Rodriguez playing very well. And, it's a great point because they probably heard all week long from the offensive line coach and from Coach Stewart, hey, these guys are going to push you around a little bit, and they were going to hear nothing of that tonight. They really put their will on and let the offense kind of breathe a little bit and get that momentum going and be able to get in that rhythm they like to get in, Art.
Yeah. Well, it's doubly impressive when you add to the fact that offensive line, 4 of those guys are new starters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not, a lot of times when you see that kind of domination by an offensive line and just controlling the line of scrimmage and just taking care of business, you tend to think that there might be 3 or 4 guys that are returning starters.
Right.
And that's not the case. So, that really just adds it's even extra special for that reason.
Is the biggest thing, though, taken away from this football game tonight, you're 2-0 in 12-6A, right?
Absolutely. No doubt.
Well, I mean, look, yes, that is the point, but I think there's like cherries on top of the banana split on top of that, right? Because you played a complete game. You had a situation where you were able to get all of your other players in the game. I mean, just about everybody probably got to play tonight. They're going to be on film. That's a great environment for you in the field house tomorrow when you're watching film and recapping that and starting to prep for the next Thursday's game against Harker Heights. The defense, already said 100. I mean, in 2020, to hold any team hold an offense to 176 yards is a big deal in any decade. But the way the offense is played today and spread on the field, it's just hard to hold somebody to less than 250, 300 yards, even and you still have a great game. So that's amazing. And then the offense putting up 44 points and almost 500 yards. I mean, so yes, the 2-0 that counts the most, right? There's 3 undefeated teams now in District 12-6A: Belton, Shoemaker, and Temple. After tonight, all the scores coming in, you've got 3 undefeated teams, and so that does what counts. It does count the most, but I sure think Temple's in the driver's seat as far as the numbers they're putting up. But Shoemaker's out there. Boy, that's looming.
And this district has a lot of parity in it, and anything can happen on any given night. You just see that throughout the years in this district because they are so close in proximity. They all pretty much know each other, and that makes a difference on a Thursday or Friday night as well. But I'm really impressed with what the defense brought to the table. I like the 44 points for the offense. I like the way the offense stayed on schedule. They were never really behind the chains tonight. That's something we really haven't seen from this offense. We've seen them have some explosive plays, but we haven't seen them stay on schedule the entire ball game. I don't remember maybe one possession all night long that they were behind the chains, and that was because of a penalty. I don't remember them being behind the chains that much. And when you can do that with your offense, you give yourself a chance to be able to move the football, control the clock, and control the pace of the game. They were able to do that. The more they do that, and the more comfortable you look at Arizmende right now, he's very comfortable back there in that quarterback position. He doesn't look like a 5-game starter for this football team. He looked like he has been there for a while. And even on that throw that you were talking about to A.J. McDuffie, standing in the pocket, he got waylaid when he threw that football. Otherwise, you pointed out, Q and Art on the sidelines, that if he doesn't get hit in the back when he lets that go, it's probably in stride to A.J. McDuffie for 7 points. But he still was strong enough to stay in there and get the ball out and get it to the receiver and give him a chance to go up and catch that 50-50 ball. That's impressive in itself on a young quarterback that is not really that young a quarterback, but he is in playing time.
Yeah. No, Arizmende, I continue to get more and more impressed with him as every week goes by. I'm just blown away by the fact that this is not only his 5th start, but this is his 5th game in a varsity uniform. He was a JV player last year.
Yeah, and that's even more impressive because he didn't see this. He wasn't even on the sideline seeing the speed of the game, much less being in the game.
I mean, you would expect it maybe to take 4 or 5 games just for a young man to catch up to the speed of what it means to play varsity ball versus the sub-varsity ball. It's massive, and that's a huge thing to see him performing the way he is at this point in the season.
Q, how does the defense keep it going and the pace that they're going right now through the remainder of the season, or at least the next couple of weeks?
Well, they just keep trusting themselves. They just keep doing what they do. That's the thing about it, man. Art mentioned it before the game. This is really, even though there's guys that you can mention, I mean, you can go up and down the lineup, the starting lineup, and you can point out guys that are real solid players, but these guys play for each other. You know what I mean? They're really, like Art said, kind of a no-name team, no-name defense. They're just out there. They know their assignments, and they go and get after it. Even Keon Williams, for example, he really was the one who bit on that fake that double pass and could have been a touchdown for Bryan, and the receiver dropped it, and he got coached up right after it, and then he got right back and knew, hey, I'm gonna go play my game, and went out and played his game and came up with some big time tackles, man. Guys got the ball in space, and he came up and was able to get the tackle. These guys they have that workman mentality, and it's and Art knows and Coach Rourke knows, man, that's that Temple Wildcat mentality, just blue collar, you know what I mean? Just go to work, bring your lunch pail, and all those cliches that people get tired of hearing, but that's really what it is. And when I see it on the sideline, and I'm standing there, and these guys are rooting for each other. It's not like once the starters come out, they're not paying attention to the game and cheering on the guys that are backing them up. They're coaching them up from the sideline. Guys who are injured are coaching them up from the sideline. Everyone's just, they're just engaged and locked in on the game, and that's what really impresses me. And you really kind of get up close and personal when you're on the sideline. You get to hear these guys in their personal conversations and hear what they're talking about. Are they talking about, what homegirl in row 3 looks like, or are they talking about, how you can improve in quarter 3? Or no, I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like that's because I know, that's just how conversations go, especially in big-time blowouts. How engaged are our players? They were engaged throughout the whole night. That's kind of stuff, that's little stuff that impresses me.
That's the little things you're talking about that make teams special. I mean, bottom line, that makes teams special because they have that bond. They know that they have something brewing right now in Temple, Texas that, maybe a lot of people didn't see coming. They thought that they would be one of the favorites in this district. But I know you look at what they've done so far in this season, and Arlington Martin came in to Wildcat Stadium and played a very good game, but that's a very good football team that continues to beat people like that. I mean, that's a really, really good football team. That's a great measuring stick for this Wildcat team. But going into AT&T Stadium, how many people gave the Wildcats a chance to go in there and shut Longview out in the second half and come away with a huge victory? I mean, that was a statement game for this team, and I think that they grew so much confidence out of that you're seeing the dividends of them just saying, okay, we took one on the chin, but we're better than that. We can keep moving forward. In the last 2 weeks, that's what they've done.
Well, the proof of that is that if you take a look at the computer rankings, which usually always pays a lot of attention to strength of schedule, that's usually a big factor in the computer rankings, Temple continues to move up in that computer rankings, and a lot of it is because Longview, Magnolia West, Arlington Martin are killing top teams that they're playing. Right. So it says, wow, those wins
they mean something.
They mean something, or even the loss. What's the phrase? There's a quality loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the loss to Arlington Martin was a quality loss because of the strength of schedule factor. So yeah, that's kudos to Coach Stewart for getting those games scheduled. And some of that stuff was at the last minute with COVID coming up and the whole delay of games. Arlington Martin was not originally on the schedule.
No.
And so he had to see something in his team to load that kind of schedule up and say that, man, I think these guys – because he could have been 0-3 coming into this season or into district. And that – wouldn't have necessarily been the end of the world. But he knew that because he was playing
But
tough
he needed
teams,
to test this team.
He needed to know what he really had to work with because sometimes you don't get that in your district.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you don't. And so he wanted to know that. And we're finding out that he's got something here. This is a special group of young men.
Final thoughts in this one, Coach Warwick, in the Dynasty Chinese Restaurant postgame show.
99 offensive points in the last 2 weeks are my final thoughts.
Q?
I really like what Temple has brewing. There's a long way to go still, but I just like what they do. They can only take it week by week, and that's exactly what they're doing. But any team that has the kind of defensive intensity that they have and bring it, I feel like you're in every single game. It doesn't matter who's across from you. If you could play defense like they're playing defense, you have a shot to win each and every week.
Art, your final thoughts tonight.
I'm going to piggyback off something that Q triggered for me, and the thought about the community and, the kind of the blue-collar working families. Temple's a railroad town. It was built on that type of culture and mindset. This isn't the kind of team where we're going to see helicopters landing at games like we did last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tom Herman with UT and who's the
Gary Patterson.
Gary Patterson, yeah, from TCU. We're not going to probably see that, this year with this group. And it's just I thought that was a really good point that Q made about the fact that this team has those attributes that just there's no real superstar, but man, are they playing team football in every aspect. And sometimes those are special seasons. Sometimes those are real special seasons when you get a group of young men like that.
Cats go to 2-0 in 12-6A. Our next broadcast next Thursday night from Leo Buckley Stadium. We go on the air at 6:30. Want to thank some folks in this broadcast. Thanks to Steven Simcox producing back in the Fox Sports studios. Get on over to ESPN Central Texas, and you can hear the high school scoreboard show with Steven Simcox and Garrett Ross. Thanks to my broadcast partners, Alan Roark, your boy Q, and Art Coley. Once again, your final score from Wildcat Stadium. Temple 44 and Bryan 7. I'm Ward Whites. Until next time, so long, everybody.
2 receivers far side, 1 on the near side. Wanting to go deep on the near side. Wide open is